psychic medium fully grown. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Sweet clarity, sweet clarity. With every reading, my power affirmed beyond the veil where fate is turned. I stand a guide between the worlds. With every reading, my power affirmed beyond the veil where fate is turned. I stand a guide between the worlds. In clarity, my wings unfurl. Sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity. In the silence of my soul, visions clear and spirits call. I embrace my sacred role, standing firm where others fall. Whispers from another plane guide me through the unseen art. In my heart they remain, filling every broken part. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Each message is a stepping stone. My spirit straight fully shown. In every bone I own my throne. Psychic medium fully grown. I'm a throne. A psychic medium fully grown. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Sweet clarity, sweet clarity. With every reading, my power affirmed beyond the veil where fate is turned. I stand a guide between the worlds. With every reading, my power affirmed beyond the veil where fate is turned. I stand a guide between the worlds. In clarity, my wings unfurl. Sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity.
Hello, everybody. My name is Azrael Zemanek, and I'm coming to you live today from Nashville, Tennessee. It is such a beautiful day out, which just makes everything a little bit brighter and shinier. And it's nice to feel some sunshine after what feels like a really long and cold winter. How are you all doing today? And how are things in your world? I truly am curious, and I really believe that whatever we're going through, right, it's part of the whole collective experience. And whether it's something that seems unique to us or not, knowing that we're not alone in it is always helpful. So first, I want to tell you a little bit about me if you don't know already. My name is Azrael Zemanek. I live in Nashville, Tennessee, and I work as an intuitive guide, a spiritual mentor, counselor, a astrologer, and a qigong therapist. I'm also trained in Ayurveda. Yeah, I've so many tools in my toolbox. And my purpose, or my greatest joy perhaps, is to really support people into coming into greater connection with consciousness and with light, and opening to these higher spaces of being, of expansion, and yeah, like being their radiant self in the world. So you can always find out more about me on my website, www.asrael.love. That's ASRAEL.love. Or facebook.com/asrael.love. And my Instagram handle is Priestess of the New Dawn. I also have a lot of guided meditations and just like free things on my YouTube channel, and that's at Soul Star Connections, SOLSTAR, not connections, collective. Connections is the show. So today I wanted to talk about, I'm really using my time on the radio show this next couple months to really talk about different, I don't know if it would be stages or different experiences we have in our bodies, different parts of us, right? So I've been playing a little bit with the chakras. Today, I want to talk a bit more about the energy body, and what it actually is, and then to share a guided meditation to sort of bring us into deeper connection with that consciousness and that truth. So for those of you driving or listening in the car, or maybe can't do the meditation now, you can definitely listen, take it in, and then it's something you can come back to and spend a little bit of time with later. So I think for most of us, if not all of us that are listening to this amazing network and this radio, we're really aware that we're so much more than our physical body. Now, our physical body is key. It's what we took birth for. It's what we're in these bodies for. We're like, we want to have the human experience. But it's just a small little aspect of what we are. It's like if you think of an iceberg, it's like the tip of the iceberg, right? And then the iceberg is just so much bigger and fuller with what lies beneath. And so it's similar with that, in that it's just a small part of what we are, and we radiate out into these fields of light and these fields of energy. And different cultures have different belief systems. I wouldn't even say belief systems. They just have different maps of this system, right? In ancient India, they work with things called nadis. And nadis are these energy lines that run through our body and move all the way through our body. Whereas the Chinese system has meridians, right, that are more linear. Nadis sort of cross and go all over. In the Chinese system, they have like 3 distinct energy bodies that move out. Whereas in the Vedic system, they work with 5 energy bodies that move out. And then there's some systems that have like 8 bodies and 12 chakras, or I don't know the exact number of chakras, but there's so many, right? And so know that there's not a one size fits all. This is what's right. But there's generally the belief through different cultures and different teachings that there's our physical body. And then as we move out from our physical body into the energetic, mental, and emotional planes, we then enter these planes of our karma, or our ancestral karma, or our karma from other lifetimes. And then the bliss body, or the spirit body, the highest body that's there, before we connect with Atman, or pure consciousness. And so part of the reason why I wanted to talk about this all today is because as we're growing and evolving in our consciousness, and we all are, even if we feel stuck or blocked, we're all opening to a space of light and energy that is so much more than the vibrations we've held in the past. We'll notice we have moments of stuckness, or we have different patterns or different things that we're like, where is that coming from? Or I thought I dealt with that years ago. And so having the awareness that as we expand into our light body, we're like connecting with all these different realms and all these different frequencies. And this debris or this challenge or this pattern can be held on any of the frequencies. It doesn't have to be just held on our physical body or on our emotional body. It could be something that we're transmitting or feeling on something that's really high in our spiritual body. Maybe it's part of like the big lesson that we came in to learn. Maybe it's part of something that we've chosen to take on for the collective or the world, right? And so it's really helpful to understand this so that we don't get locked in a circular story or even in a story at all saying, I know what this is and this is how I get rid of it. And then it's like, oh, it's not gone. Well, what did I do wrong? Right? Or how do I say it? Or like, okay, where is this coming from? I know this is not mine, but why am I suddenly feeling so charged, right? When I'm actually feeling like I'm at a high frequency, right? Because when we enter these higher frequencies, we shake loose whatever the next thing is that's there to bring us into a different vibration, right? And each layer and each growth spurt we have offers us new or perhaps old patterns to work with and to look at. So what I'd like you to do today is to walk us through an experience of feeling these different aspects of our energy body and opening up to the grace of pure consciousness. And for today's practice, we are going to work with the Vedic system. So this is the East Indian system. And we're going to be working with about 5 different layers of consciousness to really feel and open into. And then we're going to sort of open up into this full expansive state. And then we're going to come back in to our body carrying that vibration and that resonance. So what I'd like to do is to invite you to get comfortable. And for those of you that are able, feel free to lie down. Feel free to lie down and really get into a place where you can soften or connect in a relaxed state. And for those of you that are like, oh, I'm waiting to have a phone call, I've got all these questions, this is a perfect way to like wait, right? It's just to tune in, to soften, and to settle. And so wherever you are and wherever you land, I'm going to invite you to take a big, beautiful breath in. And as you exhale, let's just sigh out. And let's do this a few times, breathing in. And sighing out. And as you sigh out, give yourself permission to really and truly let go. To really and truly let go your body, your mind. For this next 18 minutes or so, there is nothing you need to do other than just listen to my voice. And even if you fall asleep, know that your consciousness will take you exactly where you need to go. And so we're going to start by just noticing the physical body. This physical body in Ayurveda is called Annamaya Kosha. In Chinese medicine, it's called the Jing level. And so feel your physical body. The toes, you can even move them a little bit. The hands. Notice the parts of you that are feeling heavy and the parts of you that are feeling light. Notice if there's any tension or anything in the physical body that doesn't feel in alignment. And let go of trying to figure it out or to judge it. Just notice. What does the physical body feel like? And then let's bring our awareness next to the prana maya kosha. The prana maya kosha, the energy body. This is the body where the meridians and the nadis are, the chakras. So just open yourself up to the energetic body. How does it feel different from the physical body? What do you notice? Does it feel lighter? Does it feel heavier? And are there any sticky spots? Notice how it might feel like it's hovering above you or around you a little bit. Beautiful. So if we were to open a gateway from this energy body to the emotional body, the emotional body, the emotional layer, the mana maya kosha, we're entering into the chi body in Chinese medicine. What does your emotional body feel like? Is it lighter or more dense? Do you notice that there's more energy in one part of it or another? Do you notice that there's energy that's stuck or sticky in a similar area to one of the other bodies? Just by checking in, what does your awareness share with you? What does it say? And then let's just move slightly up to the mental body. Oh, I'm always surprised at how much more active my mental body is compared to my emotional body. What's the quality of the energy here? And what do you notice? What's the quality of this mental body? Is it more focused up near the head? Is it more towards your belly? Where do you notice the flow? What do you notice? And let's open a gateway to the intuitive body, the intuitive or causal body. This is called the Jnana Maya Kosha. Opening into the realms now of spirit. How much freer flowing is the energy here? And again, what is the quality of this beautiful, intuitive causal body? This field of light, this field of radiance and resonance. Again, just noticing as we open the gateway and moving up to the more karmic body, the Anandamaya Kosha. This is all called the Shen spirit level, Anandamaya Kosha, Shen in Chinese medicine. What is this karmic body? What does it hold? So close to spirit, bringing with it the lessons, the gifts, the challenges that we're here to live out. Does it feel blissful and open or light? Or do you notice that there's stuff there? And again, this is no judgment. This is just noticing, becoming aware of where we may have things to process, to integrate, to be with. And if you could open a gateway from here to pure consciousness, what would that feel like? Just open it up. Open yourself up right now to this light of pure and radiant consciousness. Feel its vitality and its brightness. Feel its light. And feel its never-ending power and brilliance. I'm going to weave this now back into our body and through our body. So let's draw this into our most outer energy layer, our Anandamaya Kosha, allowing our karmic body to be held in this beautiful and divine light of pure consciousness, of pure light. Feeling its radiance. Allowing it to soothe and to soften anything that's creating challenge for us. Allowing it to bring the light and the wisdom of pure consciousness, pure love into our outer experience of being. And then opening the gateway and bringing this into our intuitive layer. Into this space where higher energy, where we see and feel and sense things. Are you willing to open up to this radiance of pure divine light, pure divine energy? I invite you to open to it. Feel it. To allow it to just expand through you. Feeling this higher frequency, this higher vibration, encompassing these outer fields. And then drawing it forth, opening the gateway into the mental plane. What can be soothed by bringing pure consciousness in here? Allow that pure light to come in. Allow it to resonate, to radiate through this area of our being that is often filled with chatter. Noticing that it washes away the stress, it washes away the ideas that we think we know what's best, that we need to forcefully make the next steps forward. One thing we're learning is we can't force anything right now. Opening the gateway into the emotional realm. What's it like when this pure light starts to fill up this watery realm? Your Manamaya Kosha. What's it like? What's it like to allow the emotions to soften and to settle? What's it like to open to a greater power, something bigger than you? And then allowing this beautiful, pure light of consciousness to soak and melt in to the pranamaya kosha, the energy body. Embracing your chakras, embracing your meridians, filling them up, attuning them to a higher power, a higher space. And then bringing it down into the physical. What if your physical body right now could be filled with the light of the purest love, the purest consciousness, the purest light? Your cells, your tissues, your muscles, your organs, your brain radiating with this highest vibration of light that there is. Open to it. And we're going to take a few minutes just to allow this to absorb, probably 2 to 3 minutes, just to allow this to absorb, to give yourself permission to just be the receiver. I want to develop our intuition. It's about being the receiver. It's not about being the doer. We want to soften into the flow of life. It's about being the receiver. Let yourself be held now with this divine energy. Let yourself be held now with this divine grace. Feel the light streaming through all layers of your being. Feel yourself softening and settling into all that you are, all that you took birth for. And it's so interesting because I'm checking in with my guides to see if, there's a gift or a message that we're supposed to invite in. And the message they keep saying to me is the gift right now is just in receiving. It's not about figuring anything out. It's not asking for a specific message in this moment. It's really allowing yourself to be held by this pure and divine light. Take a few more moments. Settling, softening. And then when you're ready, slowly bringing your hands perhaps to your heart or your heart in your belly, asking yourself to integrate this sacred and powerful medicine. And as we prepare to close the show for today, we have a few more minutes. I really want to remind all of you that one thing that we need to let go of, and I'm reminding myself too, is the idea of our agenda, that we know what's best for us, and that we are in charge of our destiny. We are really being asked to open into a space of deeper trust, of allowing life to flow through us and letting go of the plan, right? We're not here to figure things out. We may be here to know, and some of us are very gifted in getting glimpses or having clear knowing at times. But the path is not so linear right now. And so the more that we can open up to these higher energies and these higher planes, these higher experiences of consciousness and being, the more that we can ground them in, and then the pathway will become clear. But it's not in our mind. It's truly in our radiance. So thank you for listening today, for taking part. Find me on Azrael.love or my Facebook page. I would love to connect. Lots more free meditations and things on my YouTube channel, Soul Star Collective. And I'm just sending you so much love and beautiful wishes from Nashville. And I'll see you next week. Namaste.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am sounding a little hoarse, so bear with me. I've been kind of fighting a little bit of a cold. So if I sound a little bit different, well, that would be why. So I think that that's something that I think a lot of people are dealing with right now. Just all of this kind of, crud that's out there, especially, here in Utah, the weather's been kind of weird. It's super warm one minute and then we get really cold and, then we got a whole lot of snow and then, nothing. And so I don't know if our immune systems definitely go through some kind of crazy test. But anyhow, so it is me. It is just me with a little bit of a frogginess today. Anyhow, well, I hope you all are having a beautiful week. Can you believe that we are literally almost into March, which I don't know about you guys, but I am ready for some warmth, I guess, depending where you are here in the U.S. For the most part. We're going through our winter time. I always say that I need to move to a warmer state, like maybe Florida or, maybe just like even to some island that stays 80 degrees all the time. But I don't know. Wishes. But anyhow, it's time for some spring. I'm so ready. And, I don't know how you guys feel, about, typical Groundhog Day and
Moonstruck television. And they've
the Puxatawny Phil that comes out and predicts, whether we're going to have more winter or whether we're going to, see a spring come sooner. And if I remember right, I think the little stink ended up seeing its shadow, I believe. Is that what it is? Ran away in its hole, and now we have 6 weeks more of winter, which, I don't know. I think they say he's about 50-50. So, maybe he's got a little bit of intuitiveness in him, huh? So if it's up to me, I'm going to tell you, I'm just going to listen to my body and my intuition, just because I'll tell you, there's sometimes when our weather people think, that they'll say, oh, well, it's going to be, 10 inches of snow. And you look outside and, there's literally nothing. So, I know that they do their best, but what do you do, right? So anyhow, but I'm ready. I'm ready for some spring. I'm ready for some warmth. And definitely ready to get out to somewhere to the beach here, hopefully soon, which of course we don't have them here in Utah, unless you want to go to the Great Salt Lake. And yeah, that's just not as fun. It's pretty gross. So anyhow, all right, you guys, well, enough talk about the weather. I did pull an affirmation card for the week, and I loved this card, by the way. It's interesting, the things that I'm going through in my life right now, as I pull cards, without a doubt, I feel like we can connect with whatever these affirmations are and apply them in our own lives. So I know this particular affirmation fits beautifully with what I'm going through. So I hope it does for you as well. So I picked the number 12 card. So as many of you know, numbers that come in, I'll see numbers throughout the whole day. And the number 12 has been very significant today. 12, it's just been a number popping up all over. So it'll connect with someone tonight. And either one of my callers or, when I do my my free readings and whatnot. And I've actually moved those to tomorrow night, by the way. So I'll be doing my free readings every Thursday night, and that'll be on my YouTube channel, which is also, it's Mini Medium 7-5. So look at that, 7 and 5 is 12. Must be my number. So hopefully someone who calls in today will connect with that 12, and we'll see how that kind of flows. But 12 is also a very important number to me as well. My mom, who has passed, birthday was on the 12th, and actually tomorrow will be my mom's her anniversary of passing, and she passed away. It'll be 13 years. So, or excuse me, 12 years. It was in 2013. So you see where the 12s are coming from, right? So without a doubt, my mom's with me today, and being tomorrow is the anniversary. I'm sure that's part of this as well. But the 12 is the number. That is the number of the card that I pulled. So the affirmation for you all says, it is safe for me to explore unknown worlds and try new things. So it is safe for me to explore unknown worlds and try new things. And I love that. I love it. It's where, the motivation or the advice to step out of your comfort zone and to explore, things that you've never done before. And this doesn't mean you have to totally jump out of your comfort zone, but, baby steps. Sometimes some of us need baby steps, unless you're a Gemini like myself, and you just take big leaps of faith and throw caution to the wind and trust the universe will take good care of you, so which the universe is very well taking care of me. So I'm very blessed in where I'm at. So anyhow, hopefully that affirmation fits with you all, and just kind of gives you a little bit of that, kind of push to try some new things in your life, which, I always say there's you got one life, one chance. And if you look, you guys can even see how hey, this is really interesting. This is no coincidence. My tattoo is showing today in the shirt I'm wearing. And that's literally what my tattoo said. It's got these cute dolphins, and it says one life, one chance. So look how, I'm telling you, no coincidences. So I have a feeling readings are going to be absolutely incredible with all this beautiful energy. So let's go ahead. I'm going to take my first caller, and I'm super excited. I have Lorraine from Canada. Hi, Lorraine. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you.
Good, good. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
First of all, the number 12 is my mom's birthday as well. So
wow.
I was listening to you there.
Oh my!
And I am concerned about her. She's not well. She's still living, but she's not well.
Okay.
Her birthday's January 12th.
That is my mom's birthday. Okay, this is really, I've got goosebumps everywhere, Lorraine. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my mom's birthday is, I should say, but we still celebrate, obviously, heavenly birthdays, but January 12th of 49. So, yeah, that's crazy. I love it, and I truly feel that, my mom's been with me today. Like I was saying, tomorrow is her anniversary of passing. Tomorrow will be 12 years since she has been gone, and just can't look at this as a coincidence at all. So,
no, because my mom's really not well, and
yeah,
and she wants to transition. So, well, she says she does. So that's interesting that's coming up.
Yeah, well, these are our guides working together. This is, your loved ones in spirit. Being very present with me today.
I think they're trying to prepare me.
Yes, absolutely,
I think I'm being
my friend.
prepared.
I believe so.
But my question is about money, like finances, maybe a job. Like, is money coming? Is a job coming, or should I continue just plugging away with what I'm doing?
Gotcha. Okay. You got it. All right. I'm going to pull a couple cards here for you. I use cards, tarot cards for that matter, as just kind of a nice guide or a tool sometimes it gives us, a template of what's, to come in the reading. But I also like to use them as a visual validation for you to really see what my gifts are giving to me. So I pulled a couple cards, and I went ahead and pulled 2 cards with the number 12, counted out 12. And the first card that came out, and I love this for you, Lorraine, is this wheel card. I'm going to show it on the camera because these cards are beautiful. But this gal is, in this yoga pose, and she's balancing herself on what is a compass. And this connects to your internal compass. Then she's balancing the light and the dark in her life, if you will. And this wheel card came out right side up. So really, this is where if we go by definition of this tarot and what it's telling us is that, right now things are, if anything, they're, what's the word I'm looking for? It just may be comfortable, or it just feels like, that I don't feel where you're at right now is challenging you in any way, shape, or form. Does that make sense?
I'm pretty stressed. I'm pretty, financially stressed.
Sure. And are you working right now?
I am. I'm self-employed, so it's, it's up and down. It's slower than I would like it to be, but I feel like that's my own doing as well.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I, from one entrepreneur to another, from one business owner to another, I completely understand, the stress and, the feeling of, gosh, do I just keep moving forward with this? Is it time to just, be done with this journey and try something new? And, is it worth going through all the stress, and the imbalance in your life that comes, I think, with any business owner. So I can relate, but I also, when I look at this card and just the feeling I'm getting for you and really meshing a bit of why, we're connecting our mom's birthdays being the same. I mean, there's no coincidences at all. And this is our guides.
I agree.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's our guides working together, to inspire both of us for that matter. I've been in a little bit of the same slump, ironically. So, I quit a job about 2.5 years ago as a project manager for a large health organization, and decided to quit my job to pursue my purpose, with opening my gifts and sharing and doing readings and whatnot. And it's been amazing. But it has its challenges, like I feel you have. It's not easy relying on other people, and they're coming to the business, right, to pay your bills, so it's hard.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you, Lorraine, this is what I think is so beautiful. And I can't look at this any other way. Without a doubt, my friend, that you and I were meant to meet each other today. Our moms are working together on the other side. Now, I know your mom is still here in the physical,
right,
but I do feel that your mom is in and out of, as they can say, dimensions. So she has her moments of crossing over and coming back, but even spiritually working together, that you and I both, my friend, need to keep moving forward with something that we've been so passionate about. And I truly feel, even as I'm looking at your cards, even intuitively, it's challenging, but yet the reward is going to outweigh, the challenges. So I do feel about April time, I keep going about second quarter. So April, May, June, really, I feel you've got a big, the burst of energy, I guess, if you will. It's a sense of finding your compass again, finding your true north. And that's, the balance of the light and the dark. So I don't want you to give up, my friend. I feel like that whatever this business is that you're doing, it fulfills others, but it really does get back to you as well. I think just right now, I'm going to say we, because I feel you and I are in that same funk. I just feel like we just need to push through this, and I feel you do as well. So the other card that came with it is this sword card. Now, a sword is like having kind of an imaginary sword, if you will, and you're using this sword to fight and to defend and to protect. So you fight and you defend and you protect your purpose, this journey that you are on. And I feel like, yes, our moms in a way are working together to bring us together. And really, I feel for you. Don't give up on this business.
Okay.
It's just a temporary, a funk right now. So, but watch for about that second quarter to see this change. Now, this is going to require some discipline of just sitting down and getting a game plan together. Obviously, the university.
I agree. I'm laughing at that right now.
Yep. You and me both, my friend. You and me both. So, and we're even energetically, we're coming out of, everybody is kind of this weird funk, this energy that's been kind of blah. And so mark my words, I really feel, right about that time, you're going to see some beautiful changes. So hang in there. Okay.
Okay. So no,
right.
no job coming up.
I didn't feel anything that would be a good fit, if that makes sense. I just feel that
it does make sense, because I'm applying, I'm looking, but my heart, it like kind of, I'm cringing, like, no.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I feel. I feel,
and I had a dream last night that I believe he was a guide, put a gold coin in my hand, and I'm like, okay, so something's coming.
Absolutely. I'm going to show you. I don't know if you can see, but you can go back and watch this on Moonstruck TV on YouTube, or even on Facebook for A1R. But the card I'm holding up, the wheel, has literally a gold coin in the center.
Oh,
literally a gold coin. So here's your sign, my friend. So I agree. I think and it's not even a matter of you getting a job. Absolutely. I feel like you'll have an offer, but it just will be settling. And, life's too short. It's just too short. So, so just, keep pushing through. And, our moms, my mom, unfortunately, being on the other side, and your mom not doing well right now, these are the lessons we need to pay attention to. And I think
that's why I need to take this pause, because I'm consumed every day with her.
Yes.
So I could not have a traditional job right now.
Exactly. Yeah, you're seeing all the beautiful signs and why everything's happening the way it's supposed to. So just hang in there, and I really do feel you're going to see that change in that second quarter.
As long as I can see some money coming in, I can hang in. Yes,
agreed. Well, and that's going to, like I said, that's going to require you to sit down and get this game plan together, right? And I know you will. I can tell you're a very determined person. When you put your mind to something, you go right after it. Are you a fire sign? You have a lot of fire behind you.
I'm a Cancer sun, but Leo rising and moon.
That makes sense. So that Leo rising, that is, absolutely.
Yeah. And
so,
things are going to change with Mars coming out of retrograde, out of Cancer. So.
Yes, exactly. Yep, 100%. And we're getting into that Pisces season, and Pisces is where we really connect to our spiritual side. So that's why I say we're all in this kind of little bit of a funk, but it's going to get better.
Right.
Hey. All right, my friend. Well, thank you for calling. I hope this helped you, and have just such a beautiful day. And I'm just so happy that I got to talk to you and have that validation of, my mom being with me, but also, your mom and that relationship for you being there. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Have a great night, my friend.
Thank you. You too.
Hey. All right. Bye-bye. All right, you guys. Wow. My gosh, I'm telling you, things do not happen just, coincidental. That what are the chances of having someone in Canada with the same birthday as my mom's and literally that number 12. And I mean, I'm telling you, mind blown. All right. I have time for another caller, but I missed the name. So, Charles. Hi, Charles. This is Mini Medium. How can I help you tonight?
I really don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I really don't know.
Is there a certain question or a type of reading that you were wanting or wanting to try to connect to someone who has passed?
I really don't know. I'm really like stagnant right now, and just got over a relationship, and I don't really know where I'm going with that. You know?
Sure. Okay. Sure. Let's let me pull a couple cards for you. Let's see what direction that I feel that I always say it's general reading, but it's always going to be the first thing that is shown to me, per se. So give me just a moment here. I'm going to pull a few cards for you. Well, it's very interesting because I've been drawn to the number 12 today. And does the 12 connect with you in any way by chance? Whether the month of December?
Kind of. The only way I think of the 12, that was the girl I just broke up with. That was her birthday.
Wow.
12.
Okay. It was on the 12th. Okay. All right, my friend. Well, I don't know if you happened to hear the previous call, but the number 12 is my mom's birthday. My mom has passed. Tomorrow is her anniversary of passing. She'll be on 12 years. And all of these numbers that are coming in, the gal before you, her mom's birthday is the 12th. And now I've got you here with me with the girl that you were just with being the birthday, the 12th. So all these signs are what our loved ones in spirit or our guides bring to us to give us, hope and, give us, motivation, inspiration, whatever it may be. And so I feel really without a doubt, as that's her birthday, the gal that you are no longer with, I pulled the 12th card, and the crazy thing is the Lover's card came up, which, I mean, I do not believe in coincidences. There might be some irony there. The other card that came with it is this 10 of Wands. Now, the way these cards mesh together in the sense of what I'm seeing just with you and moving forward with your life, you definitely wear your heart on your sleeve, Charles. There's no doubt about that. So you do. And are you, are you a water sign or an air sign?
No, I'm an Aries. I'm a fire.
You're a fire. Okay, you're the Aries. Okay. I had a lot of fire sign coming through. So, and fire signs are very drawn to or need an air sign. Sometimes water signs are good. So now we're going into the season of the Pisces, and this is really where you see a lot of emotions coming out. People really starting to maybe feel overly emotional. And this is where I just want you to be mindful of putting your energy towards, what you are passionate about as far as, if you like to hike, if you like to, you ride a motorcycle, if you like to exercise, this is where all that energy needs to be funneled, because Aries, my husband's an Aries, and those Aries fire signs, boy, they love and they love hard. But they also really can, have all these emotions explode. So I just want you to be mindful of that. Because I do feel about October, and I know that's putting us out, 8 months? But gosh, October will be here before you know it, Charles, and time flies by so damn fast. So, but October, as October comes, there is a sense of you even offloading some of the unnecessary baggage, if you will, of emotions of, past stuff that just hasn't been good for you. So, in the meantime, in the next 8 months, please I want you to really be focusing on doing the things that you're passionate about or what you love to do, or even what you used to love to do. So why do I see you outdoors a lot? Are you an outdoorsy person?
I'm a tree guy.
You're a what?
I'm a tree guy.
Oh, you are? Well, that's why I see you outside all the time. That makes a whole lot of sense. So that's really cool. What state are you in? I saw it and I missed it.
I'm in New York.
In New York. Okay. I just visited New York last year in November. It was so fun. It was beautiful. So, I'm going to tell you, your way of grounding, your sanctuary is to be outdoors. So I know that, you're outdoors for work, but then also take some time to just be able to do some grounding, let go of some of these pent up emotions. But I'll tell you, like I said, right about October, right about the fall time, I do see you starting to connect in a new relationship. This past one, unfortunately, that ended, I just feel it was even a sense I feel she's struggling with finding herself right now. So she's trying to figure out who she is. So just, give it some time. But I've got about 2 minutes. I've got a whole lot coming in for you. I do want to tell you, if I may, I'm just going to tell you, I have a very strong father energy. So has Dad passed?
He passed last year.
Okay, your dad is with me. I can feel his soul. And I feel your dad is so adamant that you know how proud he is of you. And so I feel that right now there's been so much that has come your way, but it's that feeling of, him saying your last name, right? So if, my last name's Cowan. So it'd be like, well, the Cowan men don't do this, right? Cowan men are strong. And that's what I hear your dad keep saying and wanting you to. Yep. Oh, I know, because he's telling me. Your dad is very strong. He's a strong soul. Anyhow, well, I've got about 45 seconds, but I hope this helped you just to give you some motivation and inspiration for October, and you'll be fine, my friend. You have an amazing energy. You have a great heart. Just, everything happens for a reason. I know it's a cliche saying, but I truly believe it. So hang in there, okay?
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Have a wonderful night, Charles. Thanks for calling.
You as well.
Bye-bye. All right, my friends. Boy, gosh, 30 minutes goes by so fast. So what an amazing night. I'm literally going to get off and start crying because I know my mom's right here with me. So thank you guys so much. I cannot wait till next week. Energy is incredible. So go to my website, mini-medium.com to see all of my social media stuff. And I'll see you next week. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I hope you are having an awesome Tuesday. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium. I am a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, a shamanic energy healer, an angelic energy healer, a life coach, and a hypnotherapist. My website is angelsalwaysaroundus.com. My Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us. I have an awesome Facebook group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance, and you can join that on free, and there I do daily little videos every day during the week. I do education on spirit animals, crystals, angels, different things. So come on over to Angelic Inspiration and Guidance on Facebook, submit a join request, and come join the community so we can all uplift each other. It's a great place for inspiring posts. If you have something you want to share with the group, please do. If you're having a tough day, you need somebody to pray for you, put it in there. You don't have to air your dirty laundry all over, social media. Just say, hey, I'm having a tough time. Can you guys shoot me some prayers? And people will pray for you, including myself. So again, you can find me in those places. A little bit of upcoming events while we're waiting for a caller. Every Tuesday, I am here on A1R Psychic Radio doing a live show for you. Tomorrow night, February 26th, I am so excited. I will be at the Delco X House with my friend Lena Chiro. She is our animal communicator. She is going to be doing pet readings from your photo of your pet. I will be doing psychic readings for the people. So come on out. The Axe House is also running a special for $15. You can throw axes for 30 minutes. So come on out. There's great stuff. March 2nd. I will be helping pranic healing of Bucks County at the Health and Holistic Expo in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree Center. So come on out there. You can always check out my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, to find out where I'm going to be. And we have Helen on the phone. How are you today, Helen?
Okay, hello. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. How can I help you today, Helen?
I have a event coming up this week, and I'd like to know how it's going to go.
I'm sorry, you have?
I'm going on a little vacation this week, and I want to know how it's going to turn out.
Well, first of all, let me wish you a happy vacation.
Oh, yeah, I need it. It's only for one day, though, but I need it.
That's okay. 1 day, 6 days, doesn't matter. Make sure you take time for yourself. That's super duper important, and make sure it's stuff you want to do. Oh, these cards are definitely vacation cards. Okay.
Oh.
So we want to take care of ourselves, and we want to make sure we're doing what we need to do. You mentioned it's only 1 day. Doesn't matter. Any time that you are doing for you is good. Now, that said, our first card that comes up is Athena, and she's coming to tell you it is safe for you to be powerful. It is safe for you to go on this vacation. You're going to have to put some boundaries in. You're going to have to be assertive with some people. You're going to have to tell some people, hey, I deserve a day off, and that's okay. Like, that's their issue. You do you. But stand in your power. It's safe. It's going to be a great vacation as long as you allow it to. Don't get caught up in the negativity of stuff. You're going to have a couple little speed bumps, but these are tiny little speed bumps. The patience card came up here, and I think that's referring to these tiny little speed bumps. Nothing major.
What card is that? What card is that? Temptation, did you say?
It seems like it's connected with the travel, so you may be delayed more than you like.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But again, it's not like they're going to delay you for 3 days. You know what I mean? It's going to be annoying. You're going to be delayed a little bit. But it's still going to be good. Just focus on the good. Focus on what I'm hearing is focus on the moment. The other thing we have is Teresa, who is one of the self-care angels, is coming and saying it is definitely time for a timeout. Again, it is definitely your vacation time, Helen. You need to go and have fun and do what you want to do. If something comes across and, like, I don't care if you said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. At 3 o'clock, I'll be over here. If something hits you funny, and for whatever reason, it feels off, or it feels different, or if it doesn't feel like it's where you're supposed to go, then don't go there.
Okay.
Because if you are not, you have to stand in your power, like Athena's telling us. And if you, go against your intuition, if intuition tries to give you a message that, hey, maybe right now is not the time we thought it was, and you go against it, it's going to make it difficult for you. But again, if you just go with the flow, don't let the little travel delays bother you. Allow yourself to this is my time. This is me. This is Helen's time. I'm going to go and I'm going to take care of me. And I'm going to have fun. I'm going to do things that make me feel good so that I can be recharged and come back and help you all. That's important. What I'm hearing is you have some people who think you're being too selfish by leaving. You need a break. You said when you first called in, you said you need it, you deserve it, you need a break. Remind yourself of that. People who cannot support you in needing a break need to not be in your inner circle. If they're family members, you just be like, well, this is what I'm doing. I'll see you when I get back. Don't let them rain on your parade.
What do you mean by delay? What kind of delay will there be?
It feels like it's going to be a traveling delay. It feels more... it feels a couple things. So it feels, one, I see you getting flustered. It feels like you get a last minute phone call or something. So maybe part of how you can help this, and this is what psychic readings are good for, because we tell you what we see so you can avoid things. So if you're on your way out the door and your phone rings, don't answer it that morning. resist the urge. Resist the urge, because that phone call is going to delay you and it's going to put a speed bump in your way. If you stay off the phone until after you get where you're going, you're going to be good.
Okay, I'll follow that. And if something feels off, don't do it. You said so.
Yes, absolutely. And for everybody listening, that is with travel or anything else. If something feels off, don't do it. When things feel off, that's our intuition, that's spirit telling us, hey, stop. Plans have changed. We got to switch it up here. So make sure you listen and make sure, again, no morning phone calls the day you leave.
Okay.
Because it does feel
be a safe. Go
ahead.
Hello? Oh, but you said it's going to be a safe trip, though, and you said that it feels like what? Yes, what does it feel like?
It doesn't. It feels safe. Okay, so there's no need for concern. Like I said, I see the delay as a speed bump, but if you don't take that phone call, you may not have any delays.
Okay, so I won't answer my phone. Okay. Thank you for telling me that.
You're welcome. And this is good. This is an empowering trip for you. This is a good trip for you, because this trip is going to help you stand in your power, because these people who are telling you you're being selfish, tell them to shut their mouths. They don't know what they're talking about. The people who are telling you you cannot go on vacation or you can't go away because people need you, they are pulling too much of your energy and they don't realize it. And they're actually being too codependent on you.
Okay.
Because everybody
everybody
wants Helen to help them and save them, but nobody wants to give Helen a break, and Helen needs a break.
Oh yeah, nobody wants to help me.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like when they tell you you're being selfish by going, you're helping you. You are, again, standing in your own power, and you're telling them, I'm taking care of me.
Oh, yeah, we all need a break sometime. We got to take care of ourselves.
Absolutely. Well, I hope that was helpful for you, Helen.
You see anything else, or that's it in the cards?
Same. So I see a small child. She's got blonde corkscrew hair. She looks like she's maybe 6, 7 years old. And she says that she is an angel sent to you for your trip. And she says,
spirit.
Yes, ma'am. She says she is an angel. She is sent to accompany you on your trip. And she says her name is Shelley. And she is going with you on your trip to make sure you have fun. So she says, please tell her to listen to me, even though I'm a kid. So if you think you hear a child's voice, a child's laughter, the laughter, she says, is going to be a good sign that you're on the right path. If you hear a voice or you hear, she says, I'm not going to full out cry, but I might weep a little bit to try to help you hear me. So again, if you hear a child laughing, you're doing good. If you hear a child sounds like it might be sad or tears, or if you just feel sadness, because angels can help us feel things when they are trying to warn us. So if you feel, and Shelley tells me she's actually from your family. She says she's from the 1700s in your ancestral line.
Oh, that's a long time ago. Okay.
Yes, and she ascended into angelhood from there. Not all spirits turn into, not all of them ascend into angels. But she is very excited, and I am very excited for you, because you get to know that we've all got angels around us, but you've got a special angel just for your trip. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. So remember, it's going to be a great trip. You've got extra angels with you. I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you have an awesome trip and a great day.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go. I wasn't going to go at first, but you say everything's going to be okay, so I'm going to go. Thank you.
You need it. Go.
Okay, thank you. God bless you.
You're welcome. You have a great day, Helen. And again, I'm Margaret Phillips. You can find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can also find me at Angels Always Around Us on Facebook. And tomorrow you can find me at the Delco Axe House from 6 to 8 o'clock doing in-person readings. So have a great day, guys, and I will see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years. And I have over certifications of over a dozen healing modalities, everywhere from sound therapy, Reiki Master, Bach flowers. I do a little bit of everything, but at the end of the day, I simply say I am a channel of spirit, bringing messages for those who find me. And if you ever want to find me, you can either find me on my Facebook page at Solaris or on my website, solaris.1oen. And I always come in and start the night with a collective reading. And these are the energies of the collective that you should see within the next 7 days. It will look a little bit different for everyone because it is a general understanding, but overall the energies are still going to be present within the next 7 days. And we seem like we have a back and forth between moving quickly this week and also needing to move slowly. So it seems like you're getting a lot of information, a lot of sudden happenings that you need to get things done quickly. But at the same time, you really have to slow down and pay attention to the details in order to be successful. So even though if somebody comes to you at work and they need you to get this task done immediately, nobody was expecting it. Yes, get that done, but make sure you do it well. Make sure you are dedicated to it and that you are checking all of the boxes and crossing the T's, dotting I's, everything, because the details are going to be important. And if you don't do that now, it's really going to mess things up next week. And so as we're moving into the week, and I do see this more over the weekend, is that there is going to be a little bit of a transition coming, possibly even a little travel. So it would be short term or short distance travel, but there is some type of travel coming forward that could be an opportunity for you. Things are getting better. It may start to be a difficult week the rest of this week, but at the end, it's going to clear up. And transitions are happening for you. This is a very interesting week for a lot of people because you may be getting information that you may not necessarily want it to hear, but it is for the highest good for you as you can move forward and create a better foundation for you to have the final success that you are looking for. So whatever ends up coming your way this week, make sure you pay attention to the details. And really, at the end of the day, it's going to go fantastic. So there's no need to worry. You are creating a lot of abundance for yourself and a lot of financial opportunities, even if you do have that fear surrounding money. You're putting the work in and you are going to see the efforts come forward. Also, this is just going to be for a select few people who are thinking of something. If you are looking towards self-employment or starting like a little side business, go ahead and do that. It will bring you a lot of happiness. So if you're looking for that confirmation, there you go. And now we're going to move to Jamie from New York. Hello, Jamie. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic today. What type of questions do you have?
Well, number one is I'm looking for my wedding ring.
Oh, okay.
So I was cleaning a few months ago. Before Christmas, I was cleaning, and I'm like, I don't want to get my rings dirty, so I'm just going to put them over here. And, yeah, that's not a good spot, I thought to myself. And I'm like, no, someone will see them right there. And it's been months. So I haven't found them. They're together. There's 2 rings.
Okay. Do you have any plants that you have to water? Or do you have any
One.
plants at home that you typically water?
One, but I have watered it.
Okay. So I'm seeing, I'm not going to say I'm going to be able to find your ring. I will do what I can to get the
It's such a hard
information.
one. It really is, because I've reached out before. It's such a hard one. Yeah.
So I am seeing a couple of things. And I'm seeing images, so I'm going to try to interpret this the best way I can. So I'm seeing the anxiety. So wherever you find yourself having the most back and forth, whether it's the kitchen, you run around the most, the kitchen, the living room, picking things up, wherever you have the most activity or the most restlessness is going to be where it's at. And I am seeing a plant and I am seeing some type of water feature. Now, I'm not clear if that is a sink or is that a plant that you need to water, or are you by a window and you have gutters outside. But I see a plant, a room with a lot of activity and water. And I'm also seeing some type of animal. So if you have some picture of an animal nearby a window or a plant, take that into consideration, or anything between two pillars or close to a window. It does seem like it could have fallen behind something as well. But am I getting any other information? It's also by some change. So if you had loose change get knocked behind something as well, or something that you typically lose your change in, keep that in mind too.
Okay.
So just look around your house to see if you can find anything or anywhere in your house that meets that criteria. Plants, water, a lot of activity, a place where you frequently push things behind a dresser or counter or something like that.
So simple. It's so simple where I put it. I know that, but I can't find it. I know it, and I told my husband, I'm like, I know it's right around the kitchen. Literally, I was running around,
Yeah. Do you have any pets at home where you have water bowls?
Yeah. That's where I kind of feel that, and I feel like it's in that cupboard over there. Because it's right next to a cupboard.
So, that could be the water feature as well, because I am seeing, as I said, there was like type of animal. Is the water bowls by a window or some type of glass door?
Yeah, it is. It is. And then right by, it's like, you're right.
Yeah, look in that area. It seems like it's going to be in between something. So I don't know if that's a wall or one of your pantries, doors, or cabinets, but it's in between two things.
That's exactly where I feel like it is, but I haven't found it. But I thank you for the confirmation. Yeah, I know I still have to look. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because I feel like I put it there.
Yeah, I would love for you to come back and tell me if you found it. All right. So now that we have that, do you have another question? We still have some time.
Any I don't know if you do any loved ones that are coming forth or anything like that, real quick.
Okay, let's see what we have coming in. Who do we have coming in for Jamie today? Does anybody want to come in to provide any messages that could help? And it sounds like we may have had all right, so we'll see if we can get her back. Again, if anybody is wanting to book a session with me or have any questions about what I do or just questions about spirituality in general, I am very happy to answer questions. You can find me on my Facebook post or my page. And Jamie, are you back?
Oh gosh, yeah. I'm like, oh my God, it cut out.
Well, let's see if we got someone connected. So I am seeing two feminine figures and a younger man. Now, the younger man, I don't feel like it's a family member. It feels more of a guide. So I'm going to put them to the side right now. But I do see more of like a grandmother figure wearing like this green like night dress, or a casual dress, but a green and kind of like I'm seeing brown hair, kind of curly. Do you have a grandmother that has brown curly hair? Or really like the color green? Okay. Well, sometimes their higher selves can come in as well. And I'm also seeing another energy. Is this a past one? Let's see. Okay, it is someone who has passed. Is it a relative? It is. What else? A feminine figure? An aunt? No. Well, I'll see what other information to come in. But what is coming in is for you, messages for you to start looking at your ego. And a lot of people don't like to hear this, but we all have things that we do on a daily basis that just aren't quite good for us. It could be that false self-entrapment, or it'd be like, oh, I'm too old for this, or no, I can't do that for whatever reason. But that fear-based mindset is coming forward for you to really address in upcoming weeks. But I don't see it as a very obstacle to take or something complicated. It's just, hey, we need to come in, and these energies, these feminine energies, are really coming in to help you understand more things about you. And I do it has to do with some type of dreams. So you may start having vivid dreams, or you may be reflecting back on dreams you had when you were younger. And this is where that spirit guide is coming in, that is masculine. It feels like a very masculine, joyful energy, so very youthful as well, to kind of help you get that fire back and to explore new hobbies again. So because it feels a little bit stagnant, like you've been doing all these wonderful things, you got stability, but they're wanting to bring more joy to you. And I'm really loving what I see, because there is some fire and confidence coming forward, and creativity, and a lot of just gratefulness. So let's see, do we have any other messages? Okay, so there is somebody of feminine energy coming in that passed when you weren't a child. This would have been probably ages from 16 to 8, but an aunt, cousin, I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't feel like a grandmother, but she is coming in to make sure, and we are running out of time, but she is coming in to make sure that all of your hard work is about to be rewarded. They want you to have that success. The wheel, if you have been in that any type of bad luck that is turning, this ancestor is hoping that come everything into your favor. So what you have been working on all these years, or in the past few weeks, you're going to see the payoff, and it's going to be incredible. And people may be jealous about that, especially if you get a promotion at work, or you're just having a great time. But they are making sure that nobody is able to dim your light.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, cherished ducklings. Hello, darlings. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and my shoulder is on fire. But aside from that, everything's fine. And I hope you're having a nice, cozy evening in. You're welcome to come over and bring marshmallows, by the way. Let's see. Am I loud enough? Okay. So we're coming into the new moon in Pisces tomorrow, which is going to feel like a very dreamy day. And new moon is always a time to sort of set intentions, kind of start over if you feel that's something you need to do, or just start a whole new cycle. It's a great time. I'm going to use the M word. It's a great time for manifesting. I know you've heard this from a million different places, but I've discovered that the best way to manifest is just assume that you already have the thing. Or if you don't have it, just go steal it. No, maybe that's not. Hold on. Let's rewind. Anyway, so it's, yes, new moon in Pisces. If you're a Pisces, this is an especially auspicious day for you. You could be surprised by a new interest, a new love, a new hobby, a new parakeet. I have 2 parakeets, so let's see. We're also about to do the tarot psychic weather, which is just like regular weather, except, say it with me, less damaging to crops. And psychic weather is starts today and goes for the next week. And even if you just happen to be idly wandering by when the Moonstruck TV show, this one, or the A1R radio show, this one, is on in the background, this still applies to you. You cannot escape. But I've just noticed over the past couple of years that the psychic tarot weather. Oh, hi, Mia. I'll be with you in a couple minutes. And while you're waiting, Mia, I love the name Mia. It's beautiful. I also really like Omaha. While you're waiting, I'm going to ask you to do a special breath. I'm going to ask you to do 3 of them. So you're going to breathe in like this. Then breathe in what's more on top of that, like that. And then you're going to pucker your lips and let the air out through your lips, like you're blowing out a birthday candle or your whoopee cushion. And with that, I'll tell you why. Because I said so, young lady. No, that's not why. Because it stimulates the vagus nerve, VAGUS, as opposed to the vagus nerve, which is, when stimulated, you'll wake up in a hotel room in a Nevada city surrounded by 10 unconscious sex workers, 40 empty bottles of liquor, and 10 years of your life missing. So we want to make sure to stimulate the right nerve here. Okay, so do that breath, long and then one on top of it, and then out like a whoopee cushion, and think about your question, and I'll be with you in a minute. Yay! Thank you. Okay. Dozens cheer. Cakes and ginger beer for all. Okay, so the first card is like today, the next couple of days. Second card is like the weekend. Third card is, the days after that until Wednesday. I suddenly forgot how days of the week work. This is interesting. I don't get to see this card very often, and I really like it when I do. This is, can you see, it's very shiny, which is good. Here, let me put it up. Boop, there. Now you can see it. Yay. It's very hypnotic. I feel like if I go like this, stare at the card, you will send me all your money. Okay. You could get my address from the station. So this is not the Lover's card. This is the Two of Cups, which in some ways is almost better. It's less fraught. So in the next couple of days, you might be meeting somebody who just unexpectedly knocks your socks off. I mean, not literally. That would be weird. We don't want you wandering around barefoot. But if you notice, you'll see that they're exchanging a cup. And it goes from their throat chakra, which means that they tell each other the truth, down to the heart chakra, which means affection, maybe even love, down through the solar chakra, which is confidence, and then the orange chakra, which is discernment and also naughty things. So this says that you might bump into somebody with whom you have an instant, inexplicable attraction, and to trust that. Oh, the other thing is that's the Archangel Raphael up there, and the Asclepius, which is the staff of healing. You see that like on prescription pads. If you steal them, forge them, and sell the contents, like I do. Oops, did I just say that outside of my head? Anyway, so this is really interesting. Keep your eye out and be open to be open to unexpected love. Okay. Unsurprisingly, after that happens, it looks like you're going to be sort of rethinking your future, or maybe starting kind of a new journey you didn't expect to start. Now, this could be a literal journey, but the Fool card doesn't mean you're going to be a fool. The Fool card is taking a step up in your life and a step up in your frequency and starting a whole new path that is usually really good. So if you're thinking about anything you wanted to start, now is the time. And as I believe the German philosopher Goethe said, whatever you, wait a minute, I have whatever you do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness has genius and power and magic within it. There you go. Oh, that's nice. It's kind of a weird deck, but my friend Meredith gave it to me, so I love her. This is the Crow deck, and it's the Ace of Cups. And the Ace of Cups means that you're going to be experiencing some sort of a return to some kind of childlike happiness and wonder, even if you're really grumpy and cynical like me. Sorry, this is me being grumpy and cynical. It also feels like, I don't know, maybe like the daffodils are starting to blossom where you are, and that makes you happy. Maybe you've started to rediscover an artistic or creative interest you had when you were a child, or it's just something that's not necessarily material. It's something kind of spiritual and fun and creative. And so enjoy that. Yay. That's what I say. So it sounds like you might be meeting somebody, and that's going to wind up giving your life a sort of nice twist. And you're going to be experiencing childlike wonder without the whole messy diapers thing. Okay. That was the psychic weather. Mia, my darling Mia, thank you for being so patient. Are you there?
Thank you. Yes, I am.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks. My shoulder's on fire, but aside from that, I don't know if you're listening on radio, that's the visual. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday, my angel?
My birthday is September 4th.
Oh, Virgo, the most misunderstood sign. People think Virgo is like, it is though, because you guys don't get the credit you deserve, because people think Virgo is about like being very neat or having OCD or being very prim. It's not about that. It's about purity. It's about a lifelong quest for sort of taking abstract truths and making them real in the real world. And there's a kind of idealism that's very beautiful about Virgos. Anyway, you're a Virgo. I like that. So how can I help you, my dear?
I just would want a reading.
Okay. Do you have any particular question, or should I just dive in?
Morely about like if there's anybody in heaven who wants to talk to me and my relationship.
Okay. Let's start out. Feels like you've lost 3 people in 3 years. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. It feels to me like you've lost, I'm so sorry about this, like you've lost like maybe 3 people in the last 3 or 4 years. Is that correct?
I mean, one of them is my family, and then like my grandma's side. They were really close with me, so yes, like 3.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, love. Is your grandmother still here? No.
Yes.
She is. Okay. I wasn't sure. She had a very strong life force. Oh, I like her. She'd be fun to go out for a beer with. Okay. I'm getting, let's see. 2 people are coming forward. I can usually only do 1 at a time, but it both seems like they passed a little before their time. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Are you there? It feels like they both passed a little before their time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a boy and a girl? I mean, a man and a woman?
It's a man.
Yeah. Okay, he's stepping out first. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Did he have a K name? Not Curtis, but like a K in his name? What was his first name?
Nietzsche?
Nietzsche?
Yes, but his name's Juan. It's my uncle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My other uncle, Jason.
Huh. I don't know where I was getting the K from. Is the name Carlos in there anywhere? Like a middle name? It's okay, not important.
Carlos? No.
Okay. Nietzsche, what an interesting name. Okay. Can you tell me his birthday?
His birthday?
Yeah. Or his
That's
sign?
the 29th.
Of, what? What month, dear?
Hold on just a second. It's my mom. She knows all. Hold on.
That's okay.
I think it's July 20.
20. Yeah,
What,
that makes sense.
When's Nietzsche's birthday? When's Nietzsche's birthday? Is it 29th? Is it the 29th? Oh my God. Okay, just ask. When's Nietzsche's birthday? When's Nietzsche's birthday? July 29th.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry to ask, but because I've got a very Leo energy coming through, and that seems
29.
like what year?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can repeat that.
No problem. Okay, that makes sense because I'm getting a very Leo energy. He wasn't super young, but he was much younger than he should have been when he passed. Was it?
Yes, he was in like his 20s. He's gonna be in his 30s.
Yeah. Was it an accident? Was there like a motorcycle or something involved?
No.
That's interesting. Did he pass? It feels like he passed quickly, though.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's showing me a motorcycle. I don't know why. Maybe he just likes motorcycles. He's about 5'9". Funny, I'm getting kind of 2 people at the same time. Hold on. Guys, I appreciate it. Do you mind stepping aside a little? Thank you. We're going to Nietzsche first. What a fascinating name. Okay.
Well, his name is Juan, but like we call him Nietzsche for a nickname.
Cool. It's okay. So hold on. He's about 5'9". Has he got like a dimple or 2 dimples? He's got a great smile.
Yes.
Yeah. Very funny, kind of jolly, kind of deep, actually. Loved music.
Yes.
And was your mom? It feels like she was his big sister, but he kind of treats her like a little sister, if that makes sense. He would.
I mean, she took care of him, but she's like more. She calls him a son, but like that's still her brother.
Yeah, but he's very cheeky. Do you know that word? It's a British word. It means kind of funny, saucy, impudent. I like your cat. Okay. And
yes, he made his own music, and my mom put it out there for him, and he actually died over overdose of fentanyl.
I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry. Did he have a slight limp of some kind? But is there a, like, I don't know, I'm getting something to do with a hurt foot or a hurt leg. It's not important. Okay. It might have happened right before he passed. He did not want to pass. He also would like to apologize to you guys because he, do you have a brother and a sister?
Yes.
Okay. He loves you guys, and he says he's there with you a lot, and he's very encouraging. You can also ask him for help with small stuff if, like, I don't know, if you're studying for a test or they like to do. They can't volunteer to help us unless it's like life or death. But if we ask them, they can kind of step in and just help us out. Like, find me a new boyfriend, or help me study for this test. So
yes,
is he kind of barrel chested? Do you know what I mean by that?
No.
Barrel chested, kind of a big chest. Like, I don't think that tall, but kind of wide shoulders, and then kind of, I don't know. Anyway, barrel chested. It means kind of a medium size, like, torso.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. Maybe a little burly because he worked. And he's got a tattoo on, I think, his right bicep. Got a couple of tattoos. Okay, I got the right guy.
Yes, couple, yeah.
And I'm not very confident about saying names right now but is your mother's name, does that have is there like a Judy or something beginning with J in his family?
No.
Okay.
But my grandma, his mother is Jeanette.
Okay. That's who he's apologizing to. He loves your mother too, and he's very grateful to her. And he wants me to tell her that he's really sorry he didn't listen because she gave him really good advice, but he was very willful, if that makes sense. He really wants to apologize to his and your mom's mom, the Jeanette. Yeah, that was the J I was getting. Because she kind of hasn't been the same since. If you could tell her from him that he is always with her, that when she feels like...
She feels him all the time.
All the time, yeah. Sometimes it'll feel like a breeze on her cheek or her neck. Sometimes it'll smell like... If she smells like, you know, that firewood burning smell? Or, God, there's something else. This is going to sound crazy, but birds are of any kind are a sign that he's around, especially for some reason, I don't know why, Canadian geese. So if she's outside and she sees like a flock of Canadian geese, it's sort of him saying hi. But he's always with her. Always.
Yeah, my grandma always said that she sees birds coming to her window and he'll just talk to her.
Yes.
And he'll go, like he'll sit there and go after.
Yes, exactly right. It's funny, there's a very beautiful Hopi Indian song. It says, "We become birds when we die." Anyway, I guess he can't stay too long because I don't have the energy to hold him, but he wants you to really concentrate. He says, don't get distracted by boys or girls or whatever romantic thing. I think it's boys with you. Don't get distracted. If you haven't already gotten a degree, he says education is very important for you because you kind of don't know how smart you are. And you're very smart. You're good at science. I don't even know if you know that. But like biology, stuff like that. You'd make a very good chemist. I know it doesn't sound exciting, but it's actually a lot of fun. So if you are not in school right now and you feel like going back to school, he's being really encouraging about that. And yeah, because you're very smart and you've got a successful future. You just have to, you're very sensitive. You're very sensitive. And sometimes he's saying you can let things throw you off track a bit because you're so sensitive, but he says just take a deep breath and just keep moving forward. That's the most important thing. And he loves you and your brother and your sister. He's a lot with your brother. He doesn't want him to make the same mistakes he did. Your sister's fine. She's just sort of totally normal. Am I right?
Yes, for my brother. It's just surprising because he was there with him and he blames himself a lot, and it's been really hard for him and my sister, and they live together. So they've been drinking a lot, and it's just been a lot on everybody.
They need to go to AA, which is really fun. A lot of hot guys and girls there. And they both need to know that that was his time. Before we come into the world, we pick the time we're going to leave. He always knew he was going to go young. That's why he lived kind of full throttle. It had nothing to do with them. Nothing. He's very grateful for all three of you because he really taught him about love. One last thing. Does he have a kid too?
Yes, he just had a kid. He didn't get to meet, and he has 3 children.
Yeah, but there's a brand new one.
Yes, his baby, yes.
Yeah. Girl? Is she a girl?
It's a boy.
Oh, interesting. The others are girls.
He has his hair long. Yes, that's how he had it back in the day. So he kind of does look like a girl a little, but he's not a girl. He's a boy.
No, sorry about that. I was a little mixed up.
No, you're fine.
It's important to him that you guys all stay in touch, like you stay in touch with your cousins.
Yes, we do.
Very important.
He's just like him. Looks like him and all.
Yes.
Loves his music. He listens to his dad's music.
Well, Nietzsche was very talented. He played a couple of instruments, and he wrote songs. He had a good voice too. He played it feels like he played bass, guitar, and occasionally like conga or drums or something. But and he was born musical. He was musical from when he was a kid. Well, his talent lives on through his children. You have your own talents. He's really on your side and cheering you on. And hold on one second. Dave, shall I stay with Mia since we got this far?
I'm sorry?
Okay. All right, my darling. I'm going to have to jump off. But I hope did that land for you? Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm so glad. Well, huge hugs from here, and stay in touch. And Mia, just bless you. And that color looks great on you. All right, sweetie. I'll talk to you soon. Stay in touch. Bye. And I get the coolest people here. Carol, thank you for being such a patient angel. Hi, patient angel. How are you?
That's great. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I like to connect people through their birthdays. So when's your birthday?
Christmas Day, 1968 at 12:37 p.m. in Chicago Heights, Illinois.
Oh, I've been there.
So I got my nail tart.
Yeah, I can't do all that in my head, but I love that. Okay, wait a second. That's my favorite week of Capricorns. Talk about a misunderstood sign. That week of Capricorn, you guys are very, very proper and very, present. We can take you anywhere, but underneath you're very original and a little crazy.
Yeah, we're very, very misunderstood because my mother always said, when I was good, I was very, very good. When I was bad, I was horrid. So
like the little girl with the little curl in the middle of her forehead. Yeah.
That's what she
I really
said
like
to me.
it.
Yeah, the curl.
Now, I'm going to talk really fast because we've only got about 3 minutes because when I'm doing mediumship work, I lose track of time. So sorry about that. So do you have a specific question?
Just whatever you're picking up in the spirit world.
Cool. Wow. You have a lot of... Do you come from like a close family or a big family? Because you got a lot of people on the other side around you. And you also
lost a lot of pets. I lost a lot of people and pets.
I'm so sorry. Well, you're really loved and you're really protected. I mean, don't go crazy with that, but you're very protected. You're very supported. But also it feels like you have Do you want me to pop into relationship or career right now?
Career.
Okay. You're underselling yourself. You're extremely talented at a couple of things most people aren't talented at. I'm trying to see what they are. One of them feels like, I don't know, this geometry or draftsmanship. Something being very precise with like a pencil. I don't know what that is.
I used to draw and paint in the arts.
Yeah. You'd also, if you can figure out a way to go back to school, you'd make a really good architect because you think both conceptually, you think like on your left side of the brain and the right side of the brain. So you are good at concepts, but you're also good at like organization and admin, better than you think. I would really see if you can go back to school if that's an option.
I'd like to do something else. I am very organized. You're right about that.
Yeah. But you're also creative. And that's very unusual.
Oh, yeah. Because I'm always creating new things and changing things around in the house. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. You'd also make a good, it's called feng shui, FENGSHUI.
Oh, yeah.
You'd be awesome at that. If you wanted to. You have a natural genius for that.
My house
You're very good.
Has all 4 elements in my house. I even have a fish tank and a water fountain for the water part.
I'm just going to pat myself in the back here. Pat, pat, pat. Yeah, if you just wanted to study up and get a quick certificate in that, you've got such a great feel for like energy, the way it moves through a room, and for composition. That's why I was saying architect, because they're kind of similar. That would be a really nice side hustle. We got 60 seconds. The other thing is the person in your life who keeps coming back and forth romantically. Do you know who I mean?
A romantic that comes back and forth?
Yeah. It's okay.
Is it someone I work with?
Might be. But don't go there anymore because you got something much better coming. Yeah, coming up in July.
Life, but there's someone that I have a little a crush on, but it comes and goes.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm picking up. I would go after that person. I think we got 30 seconds. I'm going to talk really fast like a New Yorker. So I think that person also really likes you too, but you're both kind of going like are waiting for the other person to make a move. So I would go outside of your comfort zone, like ask this person out for an ice cream cone or something non-committal, but still like, hey, you want to meet me for some cherry vanilla? Sorry. So anyway, all right, my love, I've got to Zoom, but let me know what you decide because you've got real talent and it's just lovely to meet you. So call back next week. All right. Bye, guys. Thank you for being here. That color looks great on you. And come back next week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Nick with Mystic Nick. Live from lightheartedmassage.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Nick on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening and good afternoon to my followers here in Australia, Tasmania, and to those that are across the other side of the world. So welcome to my show. This is Mystic Nick. So I'm here from Tasmania, Australia. You can find me. I have a page called lightheartedmassage.com.au. That's my website. I also have a page on Facebook, and you can find me as Mystic Nick on TikTok and on Instagram. So if you feel the call, you want to connect with me, and so I can help you with the reading, please reach out to me and send me a message through the page, and we can connect. So thanks for being here. How is everyone feeling? It's quite warm here in Tasmania. We're in our summertime. I guess the other hemisphere, it would be a cooler time of year. So today I feel drawn to doing, let's just check in and see if, okay, so I'm being shown, interesting. So this might be coming up for the next person. So I'll wait and see with the caller, but I'm actually seeing a wedding or a lady in a wedding dress. So I just wanted to check in, but I feel a beautiful angelic presence around today as well too. So we'll wait and see what happens with that. It's always interesting doing these readings. You just don't know, and that's the beauty of just being in the moment, being very present and just allowing the information that Spirit wants to show and guide us to come in. And there's very much a surrender with this work, and trusting in the process and trusting in what we're shown and the information that we're given. Fingers crossed that it connects, and it usually does. So we have Elizabeth in California, USA. So I might actually just jump straight in. I was going to do a collective reading, but I feel like we might go straight into this reading with Elizabeth because I'm already making a connection. So hi, Elizabeth. How are you?
I'm okay. Thanks for doing the reading for me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for calling in. We need people to work with as well. So I thought sometimes
I'm sensing that you're from England, right? Or
I'm actually from Australia. So there's a little. Yeah. Do you know where Tasmania is?
No.
Okay. So you're in California?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And been affected. There were some fires there previously.
Yeah.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. I work for UCLA, and it was pretty bad in the Palisades, but everything's out now because of the rain, which is good.
Yeah. So you've got. There's rain now, so that's See, it's extreme, the weather, isn't it? It's one thing to another.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I've decided to jump straight in with reading because when I tuned in, what I was given was a vision of a lady in a wedding dress. So can you connect to that? Have you been married, or are you going through a divorce, or is there a marriage coming up?
No, May will be 7 years.
Pardon?
My husband and I will be celebrating 7 years of marriage in May.
You are celebrating marriage?
Correct. I am married.
Is that anniversary coming up soon?
Yeah. In May. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So potentially this could be someone that's coming in for you from Spirit that's showing me the fact that you're having an anniversary that's coming up. It's a few months away, but yeah, I suggest that there's So do you have is there a man, possibly a father or a man that would have passed that you know of?
My dad passed a little over 21 years ago, but my sister just passed recently.
Okay.
On January 22nd.
All right. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. It's really hard, to lose both of your family members like that. But I feel like the person that I want to work with first is your father. He's coming in, and as I say, he's coming in. Was he at your wedding?
I was married many years ago, like almost 30 years ago, in '94. But I was too young. I was 22. But yes, he was there. On the second marriage, he wasn't, because he died in 2003.
Right. Okay. So maybe that's the reason why he's showing me, because he's showing himself dressed up in a suit. Unless he was a man that dressed up, for work, or was a man to dress up, or he wants to symbolise an occasion by dressing up in the suit. So
he loved dressing up. He loved dressing.
He loved. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. That is showing. He's showing himself in his full glory, But I do feel like it's the acknowledgement, particularly if he has passed, that he wanted to dress up for your wedding and be around in spirit for that as well too, which is a beautiful thing. So, on those special occasions, it's nice to know that loved ones are there. Maybe not in the.
He's English. Hey? He's from England. My parents are. My mom's still here, but my dad. Yeah. My dad and my mom grew up in England, and they immigrated here. Yeah.
Did you have? So the vision I keep being shown is another man that's dressed quite well as well in a suit, and I see this beautiful train around the dress, and then I see like a backdrop of a garden. So is that symbolic for a reason?
Well, there was pictures taken. Up the first my first marriage. He was he was nullified because I became Catholic, but at any rate, there was pictures, and my husband at the time, we did take pictures in a garden at a really nice park.
Yeah, okay, and that's what they're showing me as well. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. So you must be. Are you happily married? Because they're giving a lot of focus to you and your wedding and being married.
Well, I'm remarried now. I that was when the one that my father was at. That was with Wayne, and he's married now. And but that that divorce, that it was like a nullity. It was like a dissolution of marriage, because we weren't married very long. We were very young. And then it took about 25 years for me to get married again. But I married someone I knew, especially someone I knew from high school, and he graduated in '90, and I graduated in '89. But him and I are great. We've been together 10 years, and he works for Kaiser, and I work for UCLA, and he's just amazing. Yeah.
And it is, and that's why they want to bring this to the attention, because the card of I just thought I'd just pull out a card and see what comes up, because what this is, we're going delving back into the past. Obviously, Father wants to bring that to the attention and all of that as well. But it's a beautiful, happy occasion around that. The card I've got is about a positive movement forward. So this was, obviously in your destiny, you talked about, an old school friend, and you married. So, this was obviously meant to be, case for you, soul connection, a beautiful connection for you in your marriage. Again, and now they're bringing up the card that they're bringing up now is memories of love. So this is about all the memories that you share of love, and all of the happy times and all of those beautiful things. So there must be a beautiful connection. I feel like your father's a very kind, gentler kind of man. Would you say that would be true?
Yes. He was my best friend.
Very loving, and again, this is why
he was very encouraging, and
so supportive. Again, that's why he's here to show his support. He's showing it the support for you as you've moved on in life, and the marriage and the happiness that this has brought to you in your life. Because there is a sadness, there is a real, loss that you've experienced with his passing and him not being here for you in the physical as well. But I guess that's why he's wanting to. Okay, so now he is actually bringing in there's a woman with. I feel like she's younger, or I'm seeing her a bit younger, and she's got darker hair, darker straight hair. Do you understand who that may be?
No, my sister was older than me.
She was older? Okay.
Yeah, 12 years older. And,
right. So
my dad died very suddenly. It was like a massive heart attack. There was no warning, but my sister who passed on the 22nd last month.
Okay. So I'm just wondering then,
different kind of grief,
Yeah, okay. I'm just wondering then if you're showing me a picture of you like in your younger years where you had a connection. Did you have longer straight hair and darker hair when you were younger?
No, I'm like, I have like, I'm blonde now, but it's like kind of like a dirty blonde hair. But at one time it is straight though.
Yeah. Well, that's what I feel.
My mom's still with us, but she used to have very dark hair and very straight.
Right. Okay, maybe he's showing me her then. Maybe he's because remember we're in this theme of memories of love, so he's taking me back. So if it's the mother that we connect, because you got to understand, I don't know these people, and that's why we've got to work out, who it is and how they fit as well. Was she shorter? Because I'm seeing her shorter. Like it feels like he was a little bit higher than her because he's showing her, and that's why I thought maybe this person was younger.
She's only 5 foot. And so
yeah.
She lives in Texas. She's still with us.
The relationship to them in height and and again he wants to. So were they still married when he passed?
Yes.
Yeah, because he wants to acknowledge the wedding ring because he's showing me the wedding ring. So it feels like they'll always be connected on some level. I'm not sure that she's moved on, and I really feel that their love is very, very strong, and his love for her is very, very strong. Even though he's passed, it's like he still feels like he's married to her as well.
He died on the 45th wedding anniversary, and I had 45 days children. I'm still so.
We're running out of time. We've only got a really short. So this is again why he's bringing it all up, because it's all about the marriage. It's all about the love. It's all about the anniversary, all of those things. So that's a beautiful message, and I'm getting a lot of tingles as I speak this. So usually when I get those, it's really good confirmation or understanding. So I really hope this has helped you in some way, just to know that he is around and that beautiful love. The other card I'm getting for you is financial and material changes. So there must be some changes coming up for you. So just be aware that there might be some decisions or things that you have to make, or some things that you're weighing up when it comes to finance or home or jobs or that sort of thing.
Yeah. Right now I'm on leave from work, but I'll be going back to work. But I was just wondering if he's with my sister, Chris. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I would suggest that he is. As I say, again, we've only got a very short time for this, and this is where, if you did want to, contact me, we could possibly do another read and, connect into them more. We've got to understand this is a very short time frame, and the purpose here is to help people to connect and to take that further if you choose to as well. So, and it would be a beautiful opportunity to do that.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for the segment, Lady D. I hope you've had an amazing week ahead. So this week, what we got with the planets, we have a lot of transits or aspects with Mercury. So this week is going to be about communication. It's going to be a way that we think. It's going to, I feel like there's going to be a certain of mixed communications that are going to be coming up with this week. We do have on the 21st to the 23rd, we have Mercury, which is going to be in square to Jupiter. So that might be about some news, maybe some news is not as positive with that. We've also got Mercury is going to be in tri to Mars. So with that aspect, it may be that you're feeling quite patient and also quite confident. I feel like that you can sort of wait for things to happen with that aspect on that day. I feel like things is not going to be as it seems, but it's giving you a sense of patience, I feel. We also have on the 25th, this is going to be one of the big things that happens this week, actually two big things happening this week. We've got Mercury, which is going to conjunct Saturn, so that's going to be in Pisces. We have a lot of Pisces energy coming up this week. We've got the Sun, Mercury, Saturn, the node, Neptune, all in Pisces. So with the Mercury conjunct Saturn, that can mean a bit of problems there with communication. It could be like people misunderstanding, not hearing you the right way. Your thoughts may not be as positive during that day either. Or not being able to deal with certain issues that are coming up, like with roadblocks and problems that are coming up in your life, and maybe not being able to really have a sense of navigating through that. And it might be a time to just sort of, pull back and just have a rest and deal with it at a later time. On the 27th, we do have a sextile happening with Mercury with Uranus. That's going to bring about some unexpected communication with that aspect, which can be quite positive as well. I feel like that there is a sense of like you're going to keep trying and not giving up too, but that can bring about some positive, unexpected communication with that transit. We've got Mars on the 24th. We're moving forward, moving direct after its retrograde. So that's going to be in the sign of Cancer. So Mars in Cancer, it's not very motivated, but at least Mars is moving forward and going to be starting to move direct. We've also got this week, we've got a Mars tri-Saturn, which is actually helping us through problems that are coming up. And then we have also Venus in sextile to Jupiter, which is giving us some luck with relationships and also money. We've also, feel like this week, I just feel like there's going to be a sense of nervousness or a little bit of anxiety coming up. I feel like there's problems in sort of receiving communication, but also like hearing it, like both ways. I feel like things may not be going as well. I also feel like plans may not work out, so maybe have a plan B. And it could be a sense of feeling tired or a little bit low in energy as well. That's also coming out here. I also feel like it's going to feel like time is running out, like you haven't got enough time to get everything that you need to get done this week too. But just know when we've got all this energy in Pisces, there is a little bit of victim mentality going on. It's also a sense of finding it hard to deal with the world's pressures, but also having a lot more empathy for people and a lot more caring energy coming out here and compassion for people. But it's also could be a sense of people thinking more about mental health could also be a thing, or couldn't be this week, might be a big spiritual week too with all the energy in Pisces as well. So it's very much a mutable, flexible week that's coming up. So let's go to the caller. So we have here Bill, who's in Garden City in Kansas. So hi, Bill. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I don't know. I was just scrolling through. I saw the reading thing. And
okay. No worries. So, okay. So what would you like to know about Bill?
I don't know. I know myself pretty well. I just I know there's own a small business, and I have some hurdles in front of me, and
I feel like with you, Bill, that you need to be patient. I feel like it's like you need to be on top of everything and not let things slide. I also feel like there's deadlines of paperwork that needs to be filled out and handed in on time. I feel like sometimes that there's a delay with you, or somehow if you're delaying things, or something else is delaying things. But I sense like delays. But you need to be on top of everything and do things at the right time. I feel like that. You're a little bit laid back and just expecting things to sort of work out, but I really feel like there's going to be hard work that's going to be put into this business that you need to do. I also feel like there's more work with social media that also will need to be put out there. I see also a handshake, so it could be some sort of deal, whether it be a partnership or some sort of deal or with someone else to do with the business coming out. I feel like it could be in the sense of May or June that happens with you as well. I also feel like you might be needing a new car, or there could be some car issues coming up. I kind of feel like you might need a new car that's coming up. Might be getting like a second-hand car could be coming up for you too. And I just feel like you need to be on top of everything. Like you need to know what's going on when it is. Is it you? So this business that you've got, is it you and someone else that does it? Is there two people that's doing the business?
Say that again.
So with your business that you've got, this whole business, is it you and someone else that's doing it? Are you working with someone else? Because I feel like there's two people with the business.
No, it's just me.
Is it just you? Just you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I feel like there's someone else here. I feel like someone's going to come along to give you a helping hand or help you to sort through the paperwork. I just feel like this is a female energy that's coming in. She's very organized. She's very much a go-getter. She knows what you have to do and what needs to be changed. But I do sense there's a female coming in to helping you out with that. What is the business that you're doing?
I do security.
So you're providing security for other people?
For a business, yeah.
Okay.
For a plant. And I do have I don't have a partner, but I have a great friend of mine who's my bookkeeper. It's a female too, and she's always scolding me about things. So she does know what's best or whatever, but.
Okay, cool. Because, I was getting the female that she's helping you. I just feel like that you're letting things slide with paperwork, but you need to be on top of it. Make sure you're getting deadlines. I just feel like there's deadlines that need to be met and that you're a little bit relaxed or you're not keeping on top of certain deadlines. So I feel like that needs to be kept on track. But keep on being drawn to your car. So I feel like your car, I always see a car not being well. So to me, that means that the car might need repairing, or I kind of feel like you're going to need a new car, but I feel like the car you're going to get will be a second-hand car, not necessarily a brand new car. It could be a small car that you're going to have to get too, but yep.
Yeah, on the vehicle side of it, I have a really nice truck that I use for work, and then I have a collector's edition 50th anniversary Camaro that's in tip-top shape that I use for leisure. Like my vehicles are in tip-top shape. They're great.
Okay, but when it gets to around June, there could be something about the car not being something going on with the car. I just see a car that's unwell. I see a door coming off the car. So to me, it's the car that might need fixing or repairing or more maintenance. But I also get like there could be a sense of getting a new second-hand car could be coming in as well. It might be to do with your work, but I just feel like that there's something with the car that's coming in here. I feel like you might need to sort of looking at getting more people on. I feel like the work that you're going to get, there's a sense of busyness or stepping up here with the work, but I feel like people, like the security or whatever you're providing, it might be more in demand, and it might be like you can't do it by yourself, because I feel like there's going to be like a lack of sleep that's also coming up too with this with you. But even in the cards, I get a car coming up here. I feel like there's going to be something with your car. You might be having to get a small car, or maybe you might be getting like a replacement car till your car gets fixed, and that might be a small car that you're going to get as well. So get here relationships with you as well. I feel like you need to be more social. I feel like maybe you don't have time for it, but I do have a sense of relationships may be improving for you in terms of love, but it's like you need to get out there. And it's like when you get like a small window, it's going to come up here to be more social, to hang out with friends. And I feel like take the opportunity, because there could be a chance of finding love or connecting with people that you need to connect with as well coming up here too this year. I also feel like September, there's a big change for you in September. It's like you're sort of turning around, like you're looking at something. There's something about September that I feel like it's a big change for you, and this is going to be in all aspects of your life. I also see plane travel for you as well. I do feel like it's going to be domestic, so I'm not getting international. It's more like domestic travel for you within your country. This may be going to like Vegas. I just feel like that there's travel, but it's fun. This is something that's like fun, partying. Could be like I sense something like Vegas. I'm sensing with that too. So do you have any questions, Bill?
No, not really. I hope my car doesn't break down. It's like I paid a bunch of money for this collector edition convertible Camaro, and my truck, like I maintain my cars like my vehicles like no one, and I do have one employee that and I can't pass off any more responsibility. I work 58 hours a week. He works 12 hours a week. And I don't know. I do a really good job with my business. I do a really good job with my cars. I maintain my house.
Well, that's good. So that maybe you might be getting more, but I feel like there's more business coming. So you might need to get someone else coming up as well, because you won't be able to do it all because you'll be tired. So thank you for calling in today, Bill. So thank you, everybody, for today. If you want to connect with me, you can. And don't forget, I'm also running a psychic cruise with 4 other ladies. So I do have my YouTube channel and information session, as well as put it on my Facebook as well. And I'll be doing a live with the other ladies on Sunday night on Facebook. So if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook is Lady D Psychic Parties as well. My YouTube is Danielle Psychic or Lady D. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic, and my TikTok is Lady D Psychic. Yes. So thank you for everyone for this week, and I'll see you next week, same time, same place. So bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with psychic Sarah Jane. Live from sarahjanepatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Everybody, I cannot believe we are already towards the end of February. How did that happen? That went by super fast, didn't it? Or we're over midway through, so here we are. I am Psychic Sarah Jane, host of Welcome Your Woo. This is where intuition and energy and the mystical world come together to guide you through life's most profound experiences. Thank you so much for tuning in to receive intuitive insight and spiritual guidance and conversations that will open your heart and mind. This is my purpose, my passion, and I truly love to be here. So I've come to discover something, you guys. I'm super excited about this, but I think I might have talked about this last show. And, you know, I've been studying personal development for 20 years. This is my 20th anniversary this month, actually. And my spirituality has been an ongoing thing, but really came into my psychic abilities and my intuition starting in 2019. At least that's when it came into my awareness. So it's been a 6-year journey, and it's been the most fascinating and fun journey. And I came to discover something, and it's really just blown my mind. I came to realize that the personal development has removed all of the spirituality. Isn't that interesting? So it's been removed everywhere, and I keep finding evidence of where it was removed. And the most recent place that I found this was I found out that Think and Grow Rich, the original version, had all the spirituality in it, and it was removed. So I'm super excited to see that we are coming into a place where people are starting to be more open to hearing about the spiritual and the woo. And I am shifting everything that I'm doing right now and kind of focusing on what I'm calling the self-care oracle. I'm kind of identifying as myself as that, because what I came to realize is after the work of doing this personal development for so long and then discovering that's what was missing was the spiritual, I came to really understand what it looks like to come from the healed divine masculine and the healed divine feminine. So when we have the healed divine masculine energy, which, by the way, we all have masculine and feminine energies in us. But the healed divine masculine is where we create structure, foundation, and support. And the healed feminine is the flow. But to get to that flow is using our intuition. It's using our psychic abilities and the discernment to be in that flow. And so I'm super excited to be bridging the gap. I was told that you couldn't do it. I have had marketing people tell me I can't do it. So guess what? If someone tells me I can't do something, I'm probably going to go do it. That's what being a sacred rebel is all about. So I'm super excited to be launching all kinds of new types of offerings and fun memberships, just tons of things. And I have a challenge going on right now. So if you have been hanging out with me here for a minute and you resonate with any of the self-care things that I share, then please come over and check me out on my Facebook page, because that is where you can get all the information to all the things that I'm doing. So the Self-Care Oracle is where I am bridging the gap between the personal development and the spirituality. So basically, what does that mean? That means we're doing the inner shadow work, working on ourselves, removing those limiting beliefs, reprogramming the subconscious mind, and then the spirituality is opening up and trusting our intuition and using that as our internal compass to guide us so that we can be in the flow that we want to be. So I'm super excited to be launching and diving into more of this. So I'll be talking more about this on Wednesday nights. I'm super excited about it, and I look forward to expanding with all of you together. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take our first caller for tonight. We have Kathy in Riverton, Wyoming.
Hello.
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So,
sounds like you're doing a lot of work.
I am. I'm having so much fun. In fact, Kathy, I don't think I've ever been more excited or had more fun in my entire life. You know, when you just get to that point where you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So, Kathy, are you looking for anything specific tonight? Are you just looking for some intuitive guidance?
Yes, some guidance, please.
Do you have any specific questions?
Work guidance, really. I mean, because I just started in a field that I walked away from for a while for a break, and then started back up in that, and I'm just kind of doing the confirmation check to see how that's going to go for me and what direction to go in.
So my first question, before I dive into the cards, because I'm going to pull cards and then I'll channel and see what messages come through, is when you think about, or when you're feeling it, when you're in that, do you have a feeling about it? Are you questioning or doubting yourself somewhere?
I got really good feeling about going back into that kind of work, because it's a very rewarding job in a way, but it's pretty high stress in another way, because it can flex one way or the other sometimes.
Okay, so I just started to shuffle the deck in the very beginning, and a card flew out, and it's the boundaries card. And it says, where do you need to establish better boundaries? So I don't know what kind of hours you work. I don't know what kind of demands they have on you, but in order for it to be cohesive for you, you're going to have to be clear in your boundaries. So if you, do you over deliver?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Like you go all in, you give it everything you have, and that's great. Just make sure that you have boundaries within it. You're not exhausting yourself to over deliver, then not be compensated for it, because you're going to exhaust yourself. That's why you're getting the boundaries card.
Okay.
Let me pull some more cards here.
That's really good advice, because these people are known to ask people to do more than hours than they really probably should.
Yeah, I got it really strongly about making sure, because not just the card, like I'm feeling it. Being clear. This will be a space for you to really have to use your voice. So if that's something, I don't know if you struggle with speaking up sometimes, but spiritually saying this is the time to speak your truth, and no is a complete and full sentence. You don't owe people an explanation. So if they're asking you something and it's just a no, you don't have to tell them why. It's just no.
Right.
No. We are over-explainers. Naturally, as humans, we want to over-explain ourselves, but you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
You could tell them no. The next card that you got is the leap card. You go first. The universe will catch you. So I think what's being called for too is don't be afraid to fly. Don't be afraid to speak what you want. Like, even if you're not getting what you want, make sure you leap into that. And if for some reason, I'm just being told if it doesn't, like if it's not received well, you're going to keep going till you figure out the right thing. So it's going to be fine, whether it's this job or somewhere else that you land. But I'm just being told that you're not going to settle. Don't settle for less than you should, and you're not going to.
Okay.
Let me see. I feel like you're well received, though, that people like you. So as far as that goes, is that funny?
Yeah, I hope so.
You hope so?
I hope so.
My guides are telling me you're well received and people like you. So you have the inner temple card, devotion, tune into the portal of your heart. I love this because this is exactly what you have to do. You really have to go inward. We often want to go into our logic and our ego, which is the mind. Take your ego and your mind and all logic. Take all logic and just set it on the table and then sink into your heart space. Your heart will never lead you like the wrong way. As long as you're listening to your heart, you will be fine. And then this is beautiful. The last card you have for this is trust your path. If you knew that you would be supported, what would you do?
Right.
So what I'm getting from that message is, as far as it being supported, do you ever ask your team to help you? Have you ever asked your spirit guides or spirit to come in and assist you?
Yeah, I try to do that.
Yep. Be consistent with it because they can't violate your free will. So they won't help without asking. And that's where the magic comes in. That's where the impossible becomes possible when we're co-creating with spirit and the divine. And then we're asking our team to support us, specifically asking them. So I'm being told to, it's time to fill your cup and give from your overflow so that you have the energy and the capacity to support people at work. And I'm hearing that you support people at home too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have kids?
Yes.
Yeah. How many kids do you have?
I have 3 and I have 2 at home.
And 2 at home. Yep. So no is a complete and full sentence with your kids too. You know, we sometimes our kids want explanations too. So setting boundaries at home will be good for you as well. And asking for more support. Don't be afraid to ask for help at home. Don't be afraid to ask your kids. Like it's okay to ask for help.
Okay.
Do you struggle asking for help?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
So what
I don't like to.
Yeah, you know why you don't like to? Because we don't like to hear no. That's what I tell all of my clients. They don't like to hear no. We don't like to receive the no because it's uncomfortable. And so what my recommendation for that would be is to go practice receiving the no. And what I tell people is, like, when we ask for help and someone says no, well, we aren't any further than we were. We're it's no different, right? So what do we have to lose by asking if the worst that they can say is no? And what happens is it's the feeling that we have and that we don't necessarily like. Whenever they say no, we either have resentment, anger, frustration, disappointment, sadness, whatever it could possibly be. We don't know always until we're in it. But practicing receiving the no means that you're closer to a yes. The other thing I'm being told to remind you is that rejection is God's protection. So if someone says no, that's protection for you. It just means it's not the right one. Keep going till you find the right one. But if you can get past the uncomfortableness of asking for help, you'll change your entire world, is what I'm being told, Kathy, because you will have so much more support and not have to do it all on your own. Are you a single mom?
Kind of in a way, yeah. Yeah. My son is, I'd say 29. He has epilepsy, and so that's kind of where that window sits.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is your hands are full.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's time for you to have more time for you. You have to schedule, you have to put it together. You should come check out my Facebook group, Kathy, because I do all kinds of stuff in there where I help women just like you to get in a structured routine that will help support them. And I would just recommend coming over there. Come check me out, Kathy.
Okay.
I'm pulling some more cards.
Okay, and what's your Facebook?
Sarah Jane Patton. And Sarah Jane is together.
Okay.
So you got Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, and Teacher. Have you thought about doing anything with intuition or diving into your intuitive abilities?
I would love to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm being told that you're supposed to.
Okay.
I'm hearing that you are a teacher, that you are supposed to be teaching. You are supposed to be learning some type of modality and then teaching other people. And they're telling me
that would be fantastic.
They're telling me that when you do this, you'll be more in alignment with your soul purpose. Everything will fall into place. You got the Akasha card. Your guidance is divinely guided. This is validating what I told you earlier. Your team's always with you. It's just asking them to help you, not forgetting it, because they're like, hey, we're here. We're ready for you. Let me pull another deck out. I want to see what this other deck has to say real quick before we close out.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. All right, let's see. What messages do we have for Kathy? Oh, this is the most perfect card. I'm going to take two more real quick. All right, you got 5 cards that came out. First card, we'll go through these real quick. You got the balance card. This is exactly what I'm telling you that I teach, so that's funny. I teach people how to come into the divine feminine balance of their feminine and masculine energies, because when we are in balance, we get to have freedom. But balance says take time to relax, indulge a little more or less, set boundaries with your work. Validation on the boundaries card, because now this one specifically says set boundaries with your work. So that's validating more of what I said. You got the passion card. This is just reminding me of like what I said to you a moment ago. When you figure out what you're passionate about and what makes your heart pitter patter, you'll be in alignment with your higher self. So make sure that you follow your calling and listen to that portal of your heart that was mentioned earlier. It says, do what excites you, get fired up about your life, increase your energy levels. You got the expansion card, which is validating this as well. You are supposed to expand into your intuitive abilities. You also got the friendship card. This is asking you to call in your soul tribe and the people that you will feel are like-minded individuals that you can be supported by and share where you feel safe. And then you got the beloved card. And I really feel like this card, this is like about romance, but I feel like it's about romancing yourself and coming back to loving all of Kathy. So
that is awesome.
Yes, that is your reading for tonight, Kathy. I hope that it was supportive. Definitely come check me out. We can hang out some more over in my other spaces. But thank you for calling tonight. It was really great to connect with you.
You're fantastic. Thank you so much.
I received that. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, and we are going to take another caller. We have Tabitha in Lancaster, California tonight.
Hi.
How are you, Tabitha?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing fantastic this evening. So I would like to know, is there specific questions you have this evening, or would you just like me to pull cards and see what messages come through for you?
Can you just pull cards?
Yes, I can. Okay. Have you just had a big change in your life?
Yes.
Are you sad?
I've been sad.
Yeah, I'm feeling your sadness. I'm being told to tell you that Mama Gaia, Mother Earth, Mama Gaia is wrapping her arms around you, and just fall in to her motherly love. Like fall into her, surrender into her arms. That's what I'm being told. Okay. Have you suffered a loss?
Yes.
Yes. Who did you lose?
My mom's boyfriend.
Your mom's boyfriend?
Yes.
What was his name?
Richard.
Okay. I'm going to tell you these first couple cards that you have here, and then if you want me to connect and see if Richard comes through, I will. The first card you have is the Council of Light. You are surrounded by the Council of Light and protection right now. The subtitle of the card is Divine Orchestration, Helpers in the Subtle Realms. So when you are feeling like you are, it's always a great idea to call in the Council of Light to support you. The Council of Light is a strong group of benevolent beings that are here to help elevate the frequency of the planet, but they are so full of love, devoted to supporting humanity, and calling them in will help you move through your grief and the experiences that you're having right now. The sadness I'm feeling from you, I do feel like you're having sadness, but I feel like some of your sadness is for your mom. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. You got the Dance with Life card. Do something to change your energy. So when we get into grief, and I speak from experience because I just spent the last year in the deepest grief of my life, and I know how hard it can be. If we can just take some time and move our bodies. So it is hard sometimes, but what happens is all that grief and the energy that goes along with it becomes stuck and stagnant within the body. And then, as you know, like you've probably seen, that's where like depression, and we can sink into like not wanting to hang out and disconnect, right? So if you can take a moment to find a song, even if it's a sad song, even if it's like a song that you need to dance to feel the emotions, that's totally fine. But just moving your body in some way without caring what anyone's seeing, like just go somewhere by yourself and just move to the music. It'll help move the energy and get it unstuck from just residing so that you can start feeling a little better and getting your energy back. Have you had low energy?
Yes.
I'm feeling really, really low energy, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Was this a sudden death?
We're not sure. We don't really know what happened.
He's saying that he's okay. He's kind of quiet. Was he quiet in general?
Yeah, he paid attention to everybody.
Was he private person?
Sometimes.
The way I'm experiencing him right now is that he's like, I want to connect, but I want to do it privately. I don't want to do it with everybody here. That's what he's telling me. And I have to respect that from my, like, that's just my spiritual etiquette. I have to respect his wishes. It's not bad. He's just like, I'm private. I don't want everyone else to hear it. So I'm just respecting that. But let me pull some more cards. One thing that he is saying to tell you is that he is okay. He says, I left when I was supposed to. I will send you signs that you know I'm around. And I love everybody. That's what he's telling me. I love everyone. Please tell everyone I love them. And he's saying he's sorry. But he says, outside of that, I don't want to connect in front of everyone. And that's okay. Let's see what the cards say. Okay, you got the awakening.
I've had a lot of death in life. And this last 4 years has been horrible for me, so.
A lot of death?
Yeah.
Do you have intuitive insights, or do you feel psychically connected to any of the people that passed away?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, because I just dropped the card, but you got the it was the same card the last caller had, actually. Let me find it. I have a couple cards. You got Awakening, so that's the first one, why I asked it, because then you got this other card too. But the Awakening card says energetic upgrades, a new way of being, and integration. So when you tell me that you've had so much loss in a short amount of time, and I'm feeling all the grief that you're having, I feel like part of what's going on is this is to help awaken you and to connect with them. And I'm feeling as though this may open you up into your mediumship abilities. There's a lot of mediums that are opening right now, and those that are opening have had many of them, not all of them, but a lot of them have had a lot of loss and grief because those loved ones or those friends have left to try to be the supporters and helpers from the other side. For example, like my guides are people that have passed away that I'm connected to, and that's who communicates to me and how I am able to channel and do the things that I do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so this may be, you have to follow your intuition of what feels right. And when you're ready, then you would want to dive into that, because it's going to keep showing up, like the the feelings and the intuition, the questioning around it will keep showing up. Sisterhood of the Rose, that was the card. I found it, and it says beauty of devotion, priestess, mystic, and teacher. When I get this card, I know that that's what you're supposed to be doing, just like the last color I had it too. And truly, if I'm being honest, if you're on a call with me, I always say this to people. If you've landed somewhere in my space, it's because you are this. I attract in those that are awakening and wanting to step into it, because that's what I teach. I teach people how to do it. So the grief and your experience that you're having right now is a catalyst to your gifts. And that's hard to see when we're in it. And it's okay to not be able to see it until later. But I do feel like that's part of what this is and why it's unfolding the way it is. So creating ways to communicate with them will help support you and help alleviate some of that grief. So you can assign numbers, symbols, and signs to them, so that when they are communicating with you, you can ask them to show up as that, or maybe they already show up as a certain way. Did Richard have a motorcycle?
No.
Did any of the people that passed it? Because someone's showing me a motorcycle.
My grandfather did.
Okay. So I do think that there is a calling that's coming to you right now. And I would listen to your heart. If you feel like you're wanting to dive into, have you ever taken any classes on opening up?
I did tarot back when, but then I stopped because everything was just like getting to me really bad. So I just stopped. And I was like, if it's meant for me to do it, it's meant for me to do it.
You are supposed to do it. You just need the right teacher. So you have to learn how. I'm being told you're a highly sensitive empath. Do you ground and protect your energy?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So being grounding and protecting your energy daily, twice a day, and specifically before you do the card readings will be super important for you. I'm just hearing that you have really strong clairvoyance. So I would, yes. So you are supposed to be doing it, and it is overwhelming, but guess what? The good news is that you actually get to control it. So if I always tell people, it's like a radio dial. If you have all of it coming through and it feels like it's too much, you can turn it down and tell them like, hey, this is too much and I don't want to hear all this. You can set the exact boundaries that you want on how you want to connect and communicate. So that's always helpful as well. Let me pull just one last card here from this other deck and see what other messages are for you today.
And it's true because I lost the one I really loved, and then I stepped in with somebody, and then my family destroyed that. It's been a battle through my whole entire life. So it's like,
yeah, I could feel the heavy sadness when you first came on immediately. All right, let's just see. Okay. You got past lives. Release your past life karma. You are an old soul with deep wisdom. Healing your past lives will raise your vibration. So you could do maybe a soul retrieval, and I would absolutely ask to clear out all past life karma, and absolutely validating further that you are very intuitive and that you do have the ability to tap in. So just remember that innate wisdom is there. So thank you so much for calling in tonight, Tabitha. I hope that you have a great rest of your week. If you want to follow me more, go to my Facebook page, Sarah Jane Patton.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sarah.
You're welcome. Have a good night. All right, you guys, that's a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun nestling in with me this evening, and I hope that you get to return for more next week. See you guys. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Medicine with Dr. Nikisha Faye. Dr. Nikisha Cafe. Live from drnikki.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Medicine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Dr. Nakisha Faye here, mystic mentor, spiritual guide, wisdom teacher, all the fun things that, resonate from my heart to yours. So the past couple of weeks, I've sort of been sharing a little bit more about the work that I do. And one of the main intentions of my work is to be able to support people understand their health and wellness at the deepest layers, and understanding the energetics that actually then become to create physical disease within us. And, this doesn't mean that we're bad people. The truth is we all have stuff. And our capacity to allow ourselves to move through it as opposed to hang on to it is how it relates to our body's ability to be able to heal. Because when we're holding on to old stories and, thought forms and beliefs that aren't benefiting us, it affects the ability for our body to do what it does naturally, and that's heal. And, when we first start diving into, the deeper meanings of, what is happening within us, the most important thing to remember is not to take it personally. Because the truth is we all have stuff, and we've all come here to navigate different layers of this experience. And so it makes it a lot easier when we allow ourselves to view ourselves through the eyes of love, to try and understand more deeply what sort of beliefs we might be holding on to that, perhaps isn't benefiting us. And so when I was feeling into what would be good to explore a little bit more today, and it came up about the heart. So heart disease, my background as a naturopath, I've been a naturopath for almost 30 years. I have my doctorate is in natural medicine. One of the things that is still the leading cause of ill health in our world is heart disease. And, if you can resonate with this, or if there's something else that's sitting there for you, I will be taking a caller or two after I share a little bit more first to help you to understand, a little bit more deeply what's happening in that area energetically. The big why, is this the most shut down energy center in the world? And, so the heart, when we look at the energy of the heart, it's actually the balance point of all of the other energy centers as well. And so when we can do little different practices and processes that help to harmonize our hearts, it actually helps to harmonize all of the other energy centers as well. So it's extra special in that way. So the energy of the heart operates on the frequencies of joy, of gratitude, and of appreciation. And so when we're connected into those types of feelings, those types of thought forms, those types of experiences that allow us to connect with that energy at that level, it harmonizes the energy of our heart space. And so when we get stuck, it's a bit windy here today. So when we get stuck in the patterns of lack of joy, lack of gratitude, you know, taking things for granted, not appreciating the little beautiful things that are always around us as well, it starts to close off the energy of the heart. And like I mentioned in the beginning, that when the energy, any of our energy centers are closed off or they've got their energy restricted in some way, the body can't do what it does naturally, and that's heal itself. It can't come back into balance to allow itself to regenerate and rejuvenate in its most optimal way. Other things that are related to the energy of the heart are things like tolerance and acceptance, forgiveness. Now, they talk about forgiveness being one of the most difficult things for us to reach within ourselves. But an important thing to be aware of when we are having tolerance for things, we're allowing ourselves to find forgiveness or acceptance. It doesn't mean we're condoning behavior. It doesn't mean we're letting people get away with treating us in a way that isn't okay for us. It's still important to have that discernment for sense of self, that sense of self which is connected to the tummy and the digestion. So we might talk about that a little bit more another time. But so having those boundaries and that discernment about how we do and don't desire to be treated is very important, because we don't want repeated patterns of bad behavior towards us. But when we think about, in its truest form, forgiveness, acceptance, I was about to say appreciation again, forgiveness, acceptance and tolerance, these energies are more so related to, can we release the hook out of ourselves? Can we let that hook off of being annoyed with the neighbor? Because really holding these energies isn't really doing anything to the other person. Most of the time it's not doing anything to the other person. What it's doing is it's hurting us. It's hurting us by allowing ourselves to continue that repeated suffering within our own heart about, you know, something that we can't even change. You know, we only have the capacity within ourselves to, you know, create change within ourselves. We can't really control anybody else. We can try as much as we like, but then that becomes to cause suffering as well when we realize that we really don't have any control over, you know, over anybody else either. And so, you know, to come to harmony within the heart, and what also helps us to be able to move through some of that unforgiveness, the intolerance, those sorts of patterns that are hurting our hearts, especially in the long term, we can start to bring a little bit more focus on things like gratitude. I'm sure that many of you would have heard of gratitude practice before. It's very popular. There's actually a whole body of research as well in the scientific journals, believe it or not. In the scientific journals, there's a whole lot of research on the benefits of gratitude practice, not only on mental health and things like that, but also on things like heart disease, on cholesterol levels, on blood pressure, you know, all of those things that are asthma. Because it's all the energy in this space that gets affected, all of the organs that get affected in this space as well. And so, yeah, I really recommend doing things like reminding yourself of things that you're grateful for. You know, even in the hardest times, it can be harder to find, but if you allow yourself to move through that and think about, you know, what are some of your favorite things? There's always something there. And if you can allow yourself to connect with that, allow yourself to feel it and breathe that feeling through your heart space and keep doing it, you're going to start to notice the shift in your energy. And then when your energy shifts, your mind shifts, our attitudes shift, and then the world around us starts to shift as well, because we start to see things differently when we're allowing ourselves to view through the eyes of love, through the eyes of our beautiful heart space. And so I have a beautiful caller. Let's get to Catherine. Catherine.
Yes. Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, yes, well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
Cool. Did you have something that you wanted to ask about, or where are you sitting?
Well, I'm currently going through a loss of a loved one, so it's been very difficult for me as far as dealing with grief, and it's kind of taken me into a depression where I've kind of lost myself a little bit. So trying to figure out my next steps and where I'm going to go from here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what I'll get you to do, if you can, is imagine you're breathing in and out through the center of your chest, just gently. Imagine you're breathing in through the front and out through the back. And then imagine you're breathing back in through the back and out through the front. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and so as you continue to do that, what that does is it helps to start to get the flow of energy through that space again. Grief is an emotion that can accumulate in this same area. It accumulates in the lungs, which is also part of that beautiful heart space energy. And so what happens sometimes when that accumulates, it creates like a bit of a closing down of your beautiful heart. And, as we were just sharing, that heart space is the space where we can access that joy, access, the light that, is in all things around us, and for us to be able to remember that. And so as you continue to breathe in and out through your heart space, it feels like there's a bit of a layer of story that's woven around. It's almost like an edge, like a barrier that's around the heart. And it feels like there's a little bit of a story around that you could have done more, or you feel like there's something unresolved with that. Can you relate to that?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, and so what this energy is doing is it's making it difficult for you to come back to your usual self, because it's containing the energy of the heart and keeping it restricted.
Okay.
And so as you continue to breathe in and out through your heart space, what I'll get you to do is now imagine you're diving right into the very center of your heart space. And if you can take your awareness right into the very, very center, might be really deep, and seeing if you can see a light. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah, so just breathing into that light. And as you breathe into it, it starts to come forward. So this is your light, a beautiful light that exists within all things. It's also a part of you. And as you breathe into that light, it starts to come more and more into presence. And so if you can, inviting that light to come forward and start to fill your heart space. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes.
So as you continue to breathe into your light, it becomes a little brighter and more vibrant. And as you continue to breathe into that, it starts to fill all of your heart space in the now. And as you breathe into your light, it also holds the energy of joy, of unconditional, and of forgiveness. And that's forgiveness of the self too. So as you continue to breathe into your beautiful light, it becomes brighter and more vibrant. And starting to gently weave those feelings of your true essence, that beautiful unconditional heart, that appreciation, gratitude. And as you breathe into that, how's that feeling for you?
It's great. It's very much a relief.
Yeah. And so this will be a beautiful practice for you each day to connect in with. Yeah, for 5 minutes. So we're just going to stay with it for another minute. Breathing through your beautiful heart space, feeling your light and allowing your light to grow and expand and start to dissolve that edge that's there. Dissolve that story of guilt, unresolvedness. It's not in alignment with your true being. As you continue to breathe into your light, allowing it to gently start to move even further through all of your heart space and into your lungs as well. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes, thank you so much.
And so continuing to breathe into your beautiful light, knowing that it's unlimited. And so it doesn't take any effort. It needs only to be remembered for it to come into presence. And so as you continue to breathe into that, it's just helping to transmute the grief, transmute that from the past which cannot be changed. And as you sit in that energy, sending love to your beautiful loved one that passed, sending them your love. And know that they've received it. They too are back in light. Just taking a big, deep breath into that. How's that feeling for you?
It's great. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you can do that every day, just 5 minutes. If you set a timer or a clock or something, you don't have to worry about the time, and just allow yourself to really be in your light, radiate your light, and remember that. That's the truth of who you are, is this beautiful light. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ida. We have Ida. Ida? Sorry. Ida? Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm managing.
Yeah, what would you like to bring forward today?
I'm not real sure at this moment. Just curious where I'm headed, like with my financial situation and relationship status.
Yeah. It feels like what would really be beautiful. Were you just listening to the past caller?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Yeah. So really connecting into your beautiful heart. So I'll get you to imagine you're breathing in and out through your heart space. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so just gently imagine you're breathing in through the front and out through the back. And then breathing back in through the back and out through the front. And you might imagine there's a spinning wheel. Just the energy spinning right through your middle, there where you're breathing. And as it spins, it's just helping it to soften and open a little more. How's that feeling for you?
Leaving, I guess.
And so as you continue to breathe through your beautiful heart space, get you to, if you can, imagine right in the very center of your heart, a beautiful light. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And now imagining that beautiful light coming forward. This is your light. The light of source energy, however that is for you. To remind you that you are this as well, this beautiful light. And imagine it coming forward now. And as it starts to fill your heart space, your beautiful radiant light. Are you able to connect with that?
What?
And as you breathe into this light, I invite you to bring to mind anything at all that helps you to feel gratitude. Is there anything that you can think of that you feel grateful for at the moment, something that you really love, something you enjoy?
My kids.
Sorry?
My kids.
Your kids? Yeah, beautiful. So as you envisage your light filling your beautiful heart space, feeling that divine love you have for your children, feeling that beautiful energy of gratitude, appreciation, the unconditional love. And if you can, allowing yourself to feel that even more strongly. And as you do, your light becomes brighter and more vibrant. And it starts to overflow and outpour. And it starts to overflow and flow all the way down through those lower energy centers, helping you to remember the gift that you are, this light, helping to bring light to your closest personal relationships, and anchoring that light into the earth. Just imagining your beautiful unlimited light outpouring and anchoring all the way down into the earth. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes, ma'am, somewhat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you can sit with that every day for 5 minutes, just spend a few minutes just inviting your beautiful heart energy forward, sitting with the beautiful divine love that you have with your children, weaving that energy through the light, through your light, and then watching it overflow and anchor all the way down into the earth. And as it anchors into the earth, it gains more stability and support from the beautiful earth. And the beautiful earth is where abundance lives. And so as you connect your energy down into the beautiful earth each day, do it for 3-4 weeks, every day for 5 minutes, and you'll start to see everything shift.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where we had a taste of spring today. It was 65 degrees today, and it's going to be about 32 tomorrow. This is wonderful stuff. You know, people think that occult practitioners are just making it up. You know, what about weathermen? haven't got a clue what's going on. Would you go to a brain surgeon or a heart surgeon who had the success record of a TV weatherman? No, not me. Now, if you go to my website, magic-works.com, and look around there, you'll see that I have an experiment that I've been running on and off for years. I'm not working that scientifically at it, but you can download a little chart, and then it tells you how to make a pendulum that you can use, and use the chart and the pendulum to predict the weather, and let me know how that goes. And I'll put a link to it at my Facebook page, the one for the tarot show. I don't really do much with the regular Facebook page because regular Facebook is too screwy for me. It's just people I never heard of bopping by to argue with me. So what can you do? Here we are at the end of February 2022. It's February 23rd, which means the next show will be February 30th, which is a holiday for me. My father's birthday was February 29th, which means that even though he was born well over 100 years ago, I've had more birthdays than he has. So there. I'm actually older than a guy who was born, I think it was 1914. I think that was a leap year. Shows you how much I care, right? It's 1914, who knows? But yeah, he was born on February 29th, which is interesting. I guess all of us in the family, all the men have weird birthdays. I was born on January 5th, which is the Feast of Fools. And according to the Latin American heritage from which my father sprung, that's Christmas Eve. So, see, there's always some propitious occasion associated with the birth of one of us. I'll tell you why sometime. I've hinted at this now and then. I may have even explained it once or twice in a rudimentary way. There's a curse on my family. That's one of the reasons that I think that some of us are attracted to the occult side of things, because there's definitely was a curse placed by a wonderful, benevolent organization of humanitarians called the Spanish Inquisition. That explains why they're here in this hemisphere. Why my family, which originated on that side of the family, originated in Spain, ended up in the New World, because they ran afoul of the Spanish Inquisition. And it wasn't enough just to banish you in those days. You had to curse people. So, you could curse people out today, but that's nothing like cursing people. Now, you can find out how to put curses on people and how to destroy them and how to ruin them for generation unto generation. I have information on that at my website in the chapter on revenge, the page on revenge. I think of it as chapter because to me, my website is like a giant book. Free to all. There's nothing there to get. There's nothing there. You're not going to go to my website, magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com. You're not going to go there and start reading something and then get hit with a thing that says to proceed, log in, and pay. No, I don't believe in that. I don't. I'd like the internet to be free, if you know what I mean. It's not. Why would you put something up there and then charge people to see it? What's the point? You paid enough for the damn computer, right? Or the phone that you use. So might as well just get as much free information as you can. I got downloads of things that you can do and all kinds of stuff. What is happening in the world now? A lot of things changing, of course. There's another world crisis that could end life as we know it. Oh, wait a minute. Doesn't that happen every few years? It's funny, how one dangerous crisis is winding down and another creeps in. If you have lived a few years as an adult, you've no doubt noticed that there's always some earth-shattering crisis just around the corner that's going to threaten the very existence of the world. So after a while, why bother? Why pay attention to that? It's just a matter of what's the next one going to be, or the next one, or the next one, or the next one, or the next one. We're just coming out of the disease thing, which 3 years ago, people said, these things go in 3-year cycles, and that they come about every 100 years. These pandemic things, and they burn themselves out after 3 years generally. And here we are. We've got just as people were saying in 2019. And by the way, 2019 is where the 19 comes from in COVID-19. It stands for Coronavirus Disease 2019, because that's when it was discovered. And the people at the time who were in charge of this before media got hold of it said that it'll run its course and eventually mutate to something highly contagious, and eventually will be like a common cold. And, no sooner does that happen than World War III looms on the horizon. You see how this works? This is just very, very self-serving stuff from people who want to keep you in fear. You want to know about fear? I'll tell you about fear. Magic-works.com, MAGIC-works.com. Go over there and click on the button that says fear. And you'll read some interesting stuff about fear. Fear, you know what I need to do? I need to put a link up there to the BBC shows called The Power of Nightmares. That's a fascinating series. It's 3 programs showing how politicians used to sell optimism and joy and a better future, but then they started selling fear. And the world has, not been the same since. It's called The Power of Nightmares, and you can find it online. You can find it at the Internet Archives. I'll put a link to that at my fear page, if I haven't already. See how complicated my website is? I don't even remember what's up there. Sometimes I get a brilliant idea for something to put on my website, and I go there and I see it's already there. Now, that just could be creeping senility, but, I like to think it's just that I'm compassionate. Who knows? What does compassionate mean anyway? It means that you're feeling with somebody. We had a governor here one time, similar to the current governor in New York. This was an accidental governor when a governor had to resign because of a scandal. And he used to think that compassionate meant extra compassionate. Extra passionate, He would say all the time about people, he'd say, like, he's not just passionate about this, he's compassionate. He also would say things like, it's not just the ultimate, it's the penultimate, which of course penultimate means less than ultimate. So it's a wonderful thing for students of the language. But yeah, go over to that fear thing, because now that the fear over the illness is subsiding, you got to have a new fear, baby. Got to have a new fear. Now, if you get rid of fear in our culture, what's going to happen is you're going to kill off advertising. You're going to kill off marketing. You're going to kill off everything. Because I spent years in marketing, and a lot of it is based on fear. You got to buy this product or they won't like you. You got to buy this product or you're going to smell bad. You got to buy this product or you're not going to succeed. It's almost all fear-based. For the 20 years that my wife and I ran a newspaper, we never, ever, ever once had a fear-based ad. Ever. And we turned them down. We got a lot of them submitted to us. Now, this was a free newspaper, so we were dependent upon advertising revenues. And to turn down an ad is serious. But no, we would take ads that announced something. Like, hi, our new restaurant opened. Here's where we are. Here's what we serve. Here, hi, we have a bar on 51st Street. You might enjoy coming. That kind of stuff. But we have a store that sells some interesting antiques. Never did it say, if you don't buy antiques from us, you're going to be ostracized and people will hate you and think you're stupid, No, it's not. That's not the way it goes, man. It's just not. It's not cool to spread fear, because they'll eat you. They will eat you alive if you do that. You can be pretty smart about whipping up fear in the public, but sooner or later they're going to turn it on you. They're going to be afraid of you. Just look at history and you'll see. So that's by way of my saying that the card that I pulled for the aura of society at the moment, just before the show started, is the tower struck by lightning. That is the sudden emergence of something horrible and earth-shattering and changing. It's not always horrible, but it usually is pretty bad. I mean, I've yet to hear people. I've met people who've been struck by lightning. None of them thought it was the most enjoyable moment in their existence. One guy lost his toenails being hit by lightning. That's not fun either. The thing is, upheaval comes into your life whether you want it or not. That's the nature of life. That's why I rarely make plans other than, let's say, I'll go to the supermarket and pick up some English muffins. That kind of planning is cool. Otherwise, you're going to open the refrigerator one day and find out that you're on a diet and you didn't even mean to be. But long-term planning, I have a problem with that because that leads to ambition, and ambition always leads to sorrow. Always. There's two things that can happen that are tragic if you have an ambition. I've seen it over and over again. You can either get what you want or not get what you want, and each way it destroys people. So I just let life happen. That's the way I've been. I just let life happen. I have no ambition to do anything other than to just be me, enjoy life, and look around the world and help other people who want help. Do not help people who don't want help. I know these are called interventions, and you got to be very careful about that. As Alan Watts used to say, let me save you from drowning, said the monkey to the fish as he took him out of the stream and put him safely up a tree. You may not know what you're doing when you help the person because you don't know that person's life necessarily. But, that's human nature, is to ignore what's happening to you and know what's best for other people. That's why I say repeatedly, do not ask a tarot reader what to do. Okay, we're going to spend some time tonight when I'm done bloviating. We're going to spend some time looking at tarot cards to investigate what's going on in our lives. And my hat is off definitely to all you guys calling in, because it's very difficult to speak about problems, and it's difficult to do it publicly with millions of people listening. And I congratulate your courage. And trust me, as a guy who used to do public speaking for a living, I know the fear of public speaking and speaking in front of people. I hope I'm not talking to anybody out of calling, but I did conquer that, obviously. Whether it was for the good or not, time will tell. I'm a time as opposed to history. I'm certainly not egotistical enough to think that I'm going to alter history, but I have had an effect on some people's lives, as you have too. You may not know it. I'll tell you that story one day, because I did change somebody's life. And I had no idea. I didn't even know the person. The person stopped me and said, "You changed my life." And I said, "Okay, sure." And then she told me what happened, and I realized, my God, I did. So you don't know. Just live your life in a decent way. As William Saroyan said, and I urge everybody to see the James Cagney movie of Saroyan's great Pulitzer Prize-winning play, The Time of Your Life. He turned down oh, please give me 2 minutes to tell you this. I was at a literary party years ago in Sardi's, the famous theatrical restaurant here in New York City. And I joined the party a little late. My wife was there first, because I sat in the bar at Sardi's. When you walk in to the left, there's this little bar, a gem of a bar, and I had a cocktail there. And I did it there rather than at the table because I wanted to have a cigar. And I had a chat with some people, some theater people. It was nice. And then I rejoined this long table filled with literary lights, and none of whom I would have known the names, I guess. But anyway, a woman next to me, an older woman, and I say this not out of ageism, but she said to me, "I'm interested. Who's your favorite author? I'm interested in what young people are reading." Now, I really liked that young people part, because I had just turned 40. And those of you who have just turned 40 know what I'm talking about. So I said to her, "Well, I'll tell you, my favorite writer would have to be William Saroyan." And she said, "Oh, why is that?" I said, "Well, I think he understood human nature. He was kind of a weird guy, a sourpuss in many ways, but an optimist in spite of himself. But mostly what I like is he got a Pulitzer Prize for his play, The Time of Your Life, and he turned it down. He said that what was it? He said commerce and business has no right patronizing the artist." And this woman looks at me and says, "Oh, he did," and was so frosty and just wouldn't talk to me after that. And it was so obvious to like the 80 people at the long banquet table there that when we got home, my wife said, "What did you say to that woman? I mean, what did you say to her?" And I said, "I don't know." And I told her what I just told you. I said, "What was her name?" And she told me the name. And I said, "Well, now this was pre-internet. I mean, there may have been people with the internet in 1995, but I wasn't one of them. And I said, I'll look her up. So I pulled out the Reader's Encyclopedia. And there she was, Gwendolyn Brooks, the first Black woman to receive a Pulitzer Prize. And I had to shoot my mouth off about the glories of turning down a Pulitzer Prize, you see. So this is why I don't make plans. It's, you know, if I had planned to meet some famous person and impress her, it couldn't have gone worse, you know. I had another similar occasion. I was at a restaurant bar to meet a producer about a screenplay I was being hired to write. And one of the producers didn't show up, so I was sitting there talking to the other one who I'd never met before. And I'm looking out a window. There's a window overlooking Fifth Avenue. This will show you the kind of luck I have, right? And at that period in time, in New York, it was legal. It was outlawed. There was a truck that would drive by, and it was just a very slim truck with a billboard on it. And maybe it had room to carry one package to justify its existence as a truck. But really all it did was these trucks would drive around town and advertise things to the annoyance of people in traffic. And one went by and I said, look at that. You ever see those? They're called street blimps, I said to him. Really proud of myself for knowing what the device is called. So it's the most annoying thing I've ever seen. And after a moment of silence, he said to me, I invented those. That's my company. That's where I'm getting the money to hire you to write this screenplay. Wonderful. You know, it's a small world, folks. It is a small world. So be careful what you say to people. I'm not saying hide who you are. Be yourself. But sometimes, you know, life throws things at us, and those are two examples. Maybe it's just me. If you ever... I would say put your foot in your mouth, but that doesn't begin to describe what I did. Denouncing the Pulitzer Prize to the first Black Pulitzer Prize winner. Oh, yeah, I'm going to die. I can't even think about that to this day. And then the street blimp thing. So if you ever did that, just drop me a line at asktaro@earthlink.net and let me know. I'd love to, maybe I'll put a page up about that, because that's definitely an example of synchronicity. Yes, I was obviously meant to meet those people at that time, but why? Why? What good did it do us? What was the point? Is there any meaning to life? This and other questions will be answered as we look through the tarot tonight. Let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space and get to the readings. Again, I'll give you that email again first, though. It's asktaro@earthlink.net. If you don't get through tonight and you'd like to have a few cards pulled on the house, just drop me a line at asktaro@earthlink.net and ask for the free mini reading. I'll be very happy to do that. That generally answers all the questions anyway. And magic-works.com, magick-works.com is my website with all kinds of stuff except for those embarrassing stories. Should I put those on my website? I might as well. I just revealed it to the world. Anyway, let's get going with the readings. And now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for Bernie in Mount Dora, Florida. Hi, Bernie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hey, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, but it's just Elliot. No, sir. I know I'm getting old. I'm old, but I don't think I'm there yet. I still remember the first time somebody on the street called me Pops. Ooh, I still shiver. Yeah. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Yeah, business opportunities. You know, I have a kennel. I breed and co-breed, collaborate dogs. I'm like medium intuitive, healer, whatever insights, whatever. I mean, you know, I'm really looking, wondering, I'm like, you know, what I'm going to be, you know, offering as far as services and packages and how to put these together. You know, how I'm going to basically take care of my own survival needs too, you know, because, you know, a lot of what I've been doing, you know, recently, like friends of mine and stuff like that have been refusing to let me give them readings and things like that for free. But I typically I don't know if it's maybe insecurity or the fact that I just really want to feel like I'm doing like some kind of pristine work that I know it's holiness has nothing to do with, providing for you.
Yes.
I could obviously.
Let me tell you, I don't have really time to go into it, but there's a thing called the ritual economy, where specifically Reiki, for instance, it's one of the tenets of Reiki that you can't do it free. That if you do it free, it won't work, which is an interesting concept. And if you look into the history of Reiki, you'll see how that came about. And there is a wonderful book on magic by David Conway, and I don't remember what the name of this one is. He just recently wrote another one, but I have it up at my website under Occult Books. And he reminds workers, because this money is a very difficult thing for a lot of spiritual workers to reconcile, right? The adage is, if you're worth your labor, you're worth your keep. And there's no shame in asking for a fee on that. I'll tell you a funny story. One time, my wife and I used to be besieged by people asking for business advice. Because they knew that she knew her way around city government, and she was intimately involved with the political scene. And, we would get, and one day, just to stop it, we formed a little company and decided to tell people that a consultation is $125, So if somebody said, well, here's my problem, what should I do? We would always say, you should hire a consultant, and we do this, blah, blah, and they didn't want to hear that. They wanted to know what to do. Well, oddly enough, it worked. It just stopped people from bothering us. But within a short period of time, we started getting paid to do this. The people did come around and start paying. They had no problem with it. As long as you're offering free stuff, a lot of people will just take advantage of that. But there's nothing wrong with charging money as long as it's a reasonable thing. I mean, as long as you don't charge, thousands of dollars for something that's not really worth it. But sometimes it is worth thousands. I think the most I've ever charged for something was putting together a full magical kit to do a full ritual, and that was about $275. But that had oils and candles and incense, and I made the oils and incense myself, all that stuff. So there's no real reason to do it for nothing, but you don't want to rip people off either, because that comes back to you. But yeah, don't anybody contemplating this kind of work, you may want to offer free readings and free stuff at the beginning to get experience, which is fine. And when I started doing tarot, I started by saying, just pay whatever you want. And there were people who sneered at me and said, you're going to get ripped off. Only one person ever refused to pay me, and that person never even contacted me again. But everybody else, the least I got was $20 for a reading. So you start doing it what speed you're at. It's look, giving away samples. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, now I do a free mini reading for Ask One Radio listeners, and there are a lot of people who think of that as a free sample, meaning I'm going to rope you in to a full reading during that. But I found that the free mini reading I offer, I'd say 99% of the time, it gives all the answers that the person needs. And I'm doing that as a courtesy because a lot of people don't like to speak in public with what's going on in their lives, and why not? The Ask One Radio audience has been good to me, so I want to give something back. But that's a whole different ballgame. But don't be, money shouldn't get in the way, if you know what I mean. If people pay for what they think is worth paying for. Now, let me. I pulled some cards for you, and there's some interesting stuff here. I need to ask you one thing. Has something very disappointing happened to you lately?
Yeah, honestly, I can't put my finger on it, but there's been a feeling of disappointment. Things haven't been going exactly the way that I want it. I know that we're not, I guess maybe letting go, not trying to control everything in my life. But, things have happened that, in my favor, me thinking, possibly, obviously I was thinking the wrong thing, because in all actuality, when I realized what happened, I was completely favored and completely blessed beyond measure.
Well, that's
But
good. It's good to see that in
paranoia or
retrospect. It's difficult to deal with it while it's happening. Let me tell you, I ask you this because I got two cards about that. The first two cards, one is the Five of Cups, which is about a partial loss, and it shows a person who is focused on 3 spilled cups and doesn't see 2 cups behind him that are full. But the implication in that card is that you're going to turn around eventually and see that you didn't lose as much as you thought you did. And that's followed by the Nine of Swords, which is about sadness, which tells me that there's some feeling of sadness that you have because of something that didn't work out. Now, that's the only bad news here, because the rest of it is pretty damn good here. I've got the Ace of Rods, which means it's a new opportunity in terms of businesses coming your way. That's followed by the 10 of Cups, which is great happiness. That's followed by the Ace of Coins, which means a new stream of money. The Ace of Rods and the Ace of Coins together is very powerful for business. And that's followed by the Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. So
yes, absolutely.
It seems to me that you're on a very good track now, but you're a little bit preoccupied with something that didn't work out. And you will be until you don't need to be anymore.
Well, the thing is, I just want things to happen quicker than, they've been happening. Like, I don't want to have to deal with, the law or anything to do with the law and the legal system. I want, my charge to be dropped. I want, financial freedom to where I'm not feeling like I'm being controlled or manipulated or, that other people have some type of an authority over me. I want to be sovereign completely.
Well, and, there's ways to do that. But it involves giving things up. You have a legal case against you at the moment, I take it?
Yeah, 2 different counties for criminal, and one that was dropped in the system, supposedly on a computer, but I don't know because basically the judge told me to write an apology letter. And I have no idea what excuse my French. I have no idea. I have no idea what to apologize for. I was going through a Kundalini awakening and all these memories, all these things were coming up, which I had no idea, were basically just signs to tell me, that to remind me of basically, my stepmother basically sexually abused me. People all around me are telling me that it didn't happen, but I know for a fact that it happened. And I knew that this company, because of, my intuition, obviously my faith, that these companies and the world was going to, basically invest into getting, this fix for me and for other people that need this fix. And, the company ended up coming around. And
do you have the ability to read, to get hold of and look at transcripts of the court case so that you can at least see who and what the judge is talking about? Because I understand that in traumatic cases, we tend to forget. And listen, as to your language, my wife and I just finished almost 2 years of a lawsuit, and our language would make a sailor who'd been lost at sea blush. So after that, so I understand. This is immense pressure, this kind of stuff.
It was nothing out of ill intent or out of trying to scare anybody or anything. I was going through an awakening of my own, and the person was my best girl, I guess you could say girlfriend, friend that, is a girl of all time, like the best pure, pristine, relationship and connection soulfully, like in divine purity, not in perversion, not in anything, out of alignment with like just pure love, unconditional love.
Let me tell you. Let's look at some cards here about it, because what I'm seeing is that overall, I've got the Justice card here, which is absolutely perfect. If you hadn't told me about a court case going on, or at least one, I would have known from that card appearing. And the Six of Rods, which it's about success. So it's telling me that this is going to work out well for you. You're going to be able to handle it. So just if you can't get through with what the judge is saying, consult a lawyer. That's the best thing. I'm a very big believer in lawyers. I mean,
the thing is also I'm disabled. You know, I'm here filling out disability paperwork. And, you know, realizing as I'm filling out.
Then the disability lawyers may be able to help you with that, because, you know, it's almost impossible to get disability without going through a legal system. Check that out.
I didn't. I went actually to, you know, the hospital, was hospitalized, and, you know, they did all the work for me. But basically, you know, in realizing all this, you know, through this process, it was basically, what happened was after the sexual trauma, I repressed the memory to try to survive in the normal 3D world.
Yeah.
And because
that's what happened. I absolutely identify with that. There's something that happened in my childhood that I didn't remember until I was in my 30s, and it was a shocker. Once I remembered it, and it was absolutely real. So listen, I'm just telling you that the cards are very favorable to you. You know, whether or not that means you're going to, quote, win the lawsuit or lose the criminal case, the point is that the ending, the way it works out is going to be good for you. Let me put it that way, okay? You're going to get through this, and this is interesting, because here's part of the key is this. It's the Six of Cups. You really don't need to hear this, but I'm going to tell you because it may confirm what you're feeling. The Six of Cups is about childhood memories. Okay, so you know that's the key. Well, I've got to run, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to light a candle after the show, a nice white candle to send energy your way to help you to build up your resolve to help deal with this and to get other people to understand what you're going through. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know,
because you seem very
County, the civil, and then Orange and Lake County are the criminal. I'm just hoping everything gets dropped. Yeah.
Well, I'm getting good cards here. You know, the Justice card is a good one here, and the Sun, all these cards. So I'm going to make sure that I send some positive energy your way. Okay.
Much appreciation and gratefulness. Thank you.
Blessings to you. Bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, on the Ask One Radio Network. Yeah, you know, sometimes we get into so many problems in life, and it traces so far back, but the healing process hurts, you know, and it. Who among us hasn't been there, right? Pat in Hoboken, New Jersey is next. Hi, Pat. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Pat in Hoboken, are you with us?
Yes, Reverend Elliot. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you doing? Pat, you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I thought I lost you. I have very fond feelings for Hoboken. How are things over there?
Really?
Right now? Yeah. Well,
really?
I mean, I got my first break in show business from an actor who still lives in Hoboken. Although I think he was a wonderful guy. He's not dead. I mean, but he still lives in Hoboken. He's a hypnotherapist, and we keep in touch now and then, but not very often.
I think I know who you mean.
Yeah, he was in a couple of hit movies like Thank God It's Friday and The Choir Boys. You know, so yeah, he was.
I think I know who you mean. Named Joe. Joe, right?
Chuck.
Chuck, I know him. Yeah, I went to him. It's hypnotherapy.
Yeah, it's Chuck and Connie. I think they were on Washington Street, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. It's been so long since I've been there.
Garden Street, but I don't know where they are these days. I went to it many years ago when I went for the therapy.
Yeah, well, he was a really good comic, and an actor, and he gave me my first work as a joke writer. And he taught me so many things about the nature of the entertainment business. God, that was just beautiful. And I mean, I couldn't have gotten, I couldn't have fallen into the hands of a better mentor in my early years. So, Pat, enough about me. It's about you that you're calling. What can I look at for you?
All right, so funny you should talk about that. I was doing stand-up for a while, but I stopped doing it because of the COVID, and then because there's too much energy. What I really am doing now, just did a website. I'm a spiritual, psychic, medium, clairvoyant, animal communicator.
You know,
So
let me tell you, I think in my experience, a lot of comics have psychic abilities, and I'll tell you why. Long ago about politics, Lyndon Johnson said, if you can't walk into a room and tell who's for you and who's against you, you're in the wrong business. And it's the same. It's the same with comedy. With the successful comic can get on a stage and look at the audience and know if the audience is with them or not. You know, and you guys.
That's what makes it hard. Being an empath, I could pick up their negativeness too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's very important, because if you don't have that kind of ability to read the group mind, you're not going to get anywhere as a comic. You're just not.
I know.
You know, but fortunately, it isn't uncommon. I mean, everybody can do it.
And just too much energy right now. Right now, I'm concentrating on doing the psychic ability, because not everybody.
Well, the world is like a psychic echo chamber right now. You know, it's just really, you feel it, right?
Yeah. People need us now.
Yeah. What would you like to look at?
I just want to see how things are going to go. I have a new website, and I'm going to start making money from my readings. I mean, I do readings, but few and far between. I want to do more, like every week, a couple of readings.
Well, the first card I have is the High Priestess. That's very good. That's the woman who sees behind the veil. That's the person, the veil being what separates this world from the next. So this is a woman of mysterious powers. The Strength card is here, which shows that you have the ability to stick it out. Let me tell you something. Folks should know that if anybody can get up on the stage and do stand-up, they can just about do anything. You know, because the great comic is recently passed away, Uncle Dirty. He likened the stand-up comic to a boxer, you know, because it's just you and them, right? It's just you and the other guys, and you got to win them over. You got to beat them out. But yeah, this is telling me that you'll do all right with this. Let me tell you. Here's what I can almost see what's going on. I can almost tell you exactly. Okay, you're going to be disappointed once you start doing this, okay? And that's a card I see. You're going to be disappointed, but you're going to make changes to what you're doing, and that is going to help you wipe away any obstacles, and then you'll succeed, okay? And I'll tell you where I get that. The Three of Swords is a card of sadness. The Six of Swords is a card of moving yourself from where you are to where you want to be. The Seven of Rods is a card of eliminating all obstacles. And then the World is a card of assured success.
I can understand that.
So if you're going to set this up and it isn't going to work out as well as you want, don't let that crush you, because you'll figure out a way to make it work. Most of the time, when people fail at something, I have found that they've decided that they failed at it and they stop. Now, sometimes that's just called good judgment. Other times it may be premature. But I see that you're going to do it, and you're going to pull it off, and you're going to do all right with it. You definitely get a website. Definitely start a website. And
I have a woman already in North Carolina already getting one up for me.
Good. And you offer this around the world. And you'll hear from people, you know. Maybe you want to look into working it through Ask One Radio. You know, I mean, this is a great way for people to get to know you and know what you do.
That's true too. Now, do you see me doing any of the comedy at all? Because I'm always funny anyway.
I'm not seeing. This is interesting. I'm not seeing much in the way of financial reward from comedy.
That's the whole thing. That's why I stopped it. Yeah.
But I do see that the comedy is emotionally fulfilling to you, and it's something that you've wanted to do all your life. So that just because something isn't financially rewarding doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Just as conversely, something that is financially rewarding isn't necessarily the best thing to do. You know, so. But I'm saying if you just you've got to stick to the other stuff, because you have to build trust with people. Yeah, people have to understand that you're not just. Look, we start at a very negative position who do occult work, because newspapers never do stories about just ordinary advisors or mediums or readers. They always run stories about the charlatans. Now, if they covered dentists like that, we'd all have our teeth falling out. If they covered auto mechanics like that, nobody would get their car repaired. But they love headlines like saying, the police arrested a psychic. Why didn't she see it coming? You know, that's the one thing they love. But they don't talk about the millions of everyday path workers and esoteric workers who help people and guide people successfully and don't bleed them. And that's my first rule for people if they look for a worker, to help them out, a card reader, a medium, anything. If you feel worse after you saw that person than you did before that person, you're seeing that person, don't go back, because they're just trying to rip you off.
Everybody always tells me they feel better after by reading.
Good, that's the whole point, yeah, because it's true. Now, sometimes you've got to deliver bad news in a reading. It doesn't happen very often, but my theory is because people who get a reading are asking for advice, and people who ask for advice are open to solutions, and people who are open to solutions solve problems, you know. But if you do have to deliver bad news, you can do it. You'll learn how to do it gracefully, and you'll learn how to do it to keep going. So if somebody pays me for like a half-hour reading, and the half-hour mark comes up, and I see something really horrible there, and I tell them about it, I'll keep reading for them, and I won't charge them anymore, because the reading,
yeah, I do the same thing, yeah.
Continuing the reading is my idea, not theirs. No, so yeah.
Exactly.
So this is very important. The whole point, see, when people deliberately scare somebody, they're doing it to soften them up so that they can sell them something. And that's not what we're about. Not at all.
Oh, I know.
And you know that. So what I'm seeing is, you know what it is? Because I have a history in the entertainment business with comedians, and working myself as one who didn't in the 80s, but I was doing it for different reasons than they were. So I never quite fit in, but I had a ball. Oh God, I loved it. But combine them both, you know? Let's just combine them both. When I write my books about magical work and esoteric work, well, I think they're funny. And I can tell because I'm laughing already, you see. So I must be funny. I make myself laugh. But of course,
I tell everybody I'm a psychic medium extra large, and I tell my jokes telepathically. So if you think of something funny, it's me.
That's good. See, keep it going, because I'll tell you what you did get. How long were you doing stand-up work?
Since 2012, and then I stopped right by the pandemic.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. You've been doing this. If you've been doing this like 10 years, you know how to talk to people.
About 6 years, yeah. But I know how to do it, though.
You know how to, you know how to talk to people. That's the whole point. You know how to communicate. That's the only reason I did that. I know this is going to sound unbelievable to people, but I was extraordinarily shy. I was terribly shy. And I thought I could get by making a living writing jokes for comedians, but that doesn't work, because you always get dissatisfied with the way they do it. So what I did was I forced myself to be a comedian, to get on a stage. Oh, that was so difficult. But I did it because I wanted to learn how to talk. And then that's, you know, and nobody can, now they barely shut me up, right? Did a lot of good.
No, I know.
So I'm seeing your strength. Here's the card. The card is the 10 of Cups, which is great happiness. Your strength is going to come from combining the two. But I've got to run because I want to get one more call in. But don't let that initial disappointment put you off, okay? Because you're going to get what you want.
And I can find you online to do a proper pay reading?
Yeah, definitely. I'm at magic-works.com, magick-works.com. And you can also,
I'll be in touch.
You can find me.
Pepper here?
You can find me through Ask One Radio. You can find me, just Google Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. You can find me anywhere. And it's
Reverend Elliot, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you have salt and pepper kind of hair?
Do I have salt and pepper hair?
Yeah.
Well, around the sides, at the top, it's a hard-boiled egg. That's.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's funny. Okay.
Yeah. What's left of my hair? Yeah.
I'm impressed.
The old joke. I used to have brown wavy hair. Little did I know it was waving goodbye. So, drop me a line, and I'll be happy to read for you.
Oh, we'll talk again. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye now. And let's see if we get right to another reading. See if we can get one more in. Andrea in Simpsonville, Kentucky. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. Gosh, I love Kentucky. I've never been there, but I've certainly consumed so much bourbon in my life. I love.
Well, we're supposed to be getting some sleep tonight, so it's cold.
Oh boy, good. I've got so much bourbon in me. I'm practically part of Kentucky. So, what can I look at for you?
I guess I would like to look at my career or just any messages you have for me.
Okay, well, this is interesting. This is. See, I wish we had a little more time, but it's quite good. The first card is the Magician. That's a person who can take spiritual power and spiritual energy from above and use it here on Earth. And get results from it. And has all the tools. So you're a very powerful person. The Three of Cups is here. That means that something good is going to happen to you, and it's going to come about through your friends. The Emperor is here. That's a person who can take control, can take command, who can take charge. If we're talking about work and career, you're a go-getter. You know how to run things. You have managerial skills. The High Priestess is here, so you have great insight. Now you have three major cards here, which tells me this is a very important question in your life. I'm seeing a lot of good stuff here. The Nine of Cups is great physical enjoyment and pleasure. The Six of Rods is success. The 10 of Cups is great happiness. I think you're going to be doing fine. I think you're on a good track. What kind of work do you do?
I actually just graduated nursing school in December.
Oh boy, you're going to do really well, because I'm just seeing I'm seeing a whole bunch of good stuff here. Now the important thing here is the Eight of Cups. That's a card that's very interesting because it shows what kind of person you've been, which is a person who can walk away from what is not working in life and go to what is. So you're very clear about making decisions about what's good for you. Oh, there's the 10 of Cups again, that card of great happiness. So you're on the path that's taking you from what you were to what you want to be. This is also shown in the Six of Swords, but this is more emotional than it is intellectual. That you know what to do to take care of yourself and to get what you need. The Eight of Coins is a person who starts a new job and does very well at it, works diligently at it, and succeeds, and it leads to many other things. So you're on a good path. You're on a very good path.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Is there anything else you want to look at? I have a couple of moments.
I don't really know.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll leave it at that. And if you think of anything, you can drop me a line. I'm at asktarot@earthlink.net, and that goes for anybody who wants to ask a few questions. So thanks for calling, and thanks for all the bourbon.
All right, thank you.
Bye now. And look at that. We've come to the end of another thrilling edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And I missed a couple of shows the last couple of weeks because of excruciating lower back pain, which I thought had gone away. And then I decided to carry 25 pounds of tomato paste up 3 flights of stairs. I don't know where you live, but you must have heard me scream when I did that. I was thinking of writing a book about things you can do with tomato paste. I mean, edible things. I'm not that kinky. I think, one of my favorite things to do with tomato paste is I have a killer recipe that I came up with for tomato bisque soup. I make a wonderful puttanesca sauce from tomato paste. What else do I do? I know that purists will be mad at me for this, but I do make a gumbo with a tomato base, but I guess that's more of a jambalaya than with okra in it. who knows? It's I don't want to get into arguments down south about okra, but I love okra. And hey, maybe I should have been a Southerner. I eat okra all the time. I sip bourbon. I have a great old time. So I missed a couple of shows because there's really nothing entertaining or amusing about hearing a person screaming in agony every couple of moments for a half hour, an hour, But if you want to make up for lost time and talk to me privately, hey, I'm up for that. You can reach me at asktaro@earthlink.net. asktaro@earthlink.net. And that is my email. And like I've said several times, I offer a free mini reading, a free consultation. I generally charge like $25-$30 for a consultation. But that's really to keep the curiosity seekers away. I don't, I know that you're not curiosity seekers. I know that you're serious about this because you're listening to the Ask One Radio Network. And I do too. Oh gosh. I sometimes think I might get a lot more done in life if I didn't listen to the Ask One Radio Network and watch their videos. And but it's so fascinating. There's so many new people here that I'm probably the biggest fan of Ask One Radio and glad to be part of it. And like I keep hinting, we're going to be doing a little expanded version of this show, the same time frame and the same time, but with a little bit more for your senses to appreciate. That's coming. I'm rather slothful these days. I think I mentioned this, that my wife and I had been involved in a lawsuit for years. I sued her. No, we were on the same side. And it went on for like maybe a little under 2 years. And oh man, that can be annoying, especially when the other side outright lies. And we had a wonderful lawyer who we've never met, because pandemic, right? Everything was done by Zoom and all that, but he came highly recommended, and he was really, really wonderful. You couldn't ask for anything more, and that just derailed us for so long. But concluding it was a shock. Something that goes on for almost 2 years and suddenly it's gone. You get used to worrying about it. You get used to being concerned about it, and suddenly this thing is gone. Life changes can be weird. I've pointed this out many times. Psychological stress units caused by changes in life are the same for divorce as for marriage. So why bother? Just go get divorced, right? Or the old joke says, I don't want to get married again. I'm just going to find some woman I can't stand and give her a house. Oh, wait a minute. I heard this in my mind. Yeah, that's better. I knew a guy got divorced and he kept he kept 2 houses. So what can you do? So listen, that's my marital advice, and I'm sticking to it. Till we get together next week on February 30th. This is Reverend Elliot saying, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift right back to the universe. Contact me and we'll talk about that one. Bye-bye now. Fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light.